And Dr. Patra is just right about time. I'm sure you've been able to do your 10K steps for the day.
I did more.
Perfect. You're right here, sir. Yes. So before we begin the session, we'd like to sort of have all speakers join us up front for a group picture, which is the mandate for the India AI team. So request all speakers to sort of gather in the front so that we can take a group picture. And also the CAS team, including Olivia and Stefan. The front is here. Thank you all. Just to set the context of this session, I'd like to invite Stefan Stamse from CAS to sort of give us a little bit of the context of what this session is going to explore. Stefan, please.
Well, good afternoon, Excellencies, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'm representing the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Rule of Law Program Asia. We are based in Singapore, and we are a long-term partner of the dialogue. So we have embarked on these issues many years ago, and we are happy to be part of the AI Impact Summit now this year. It couldn't be any more timely. I mean, the developments on the tech side are enormous, basically by the week, by the day, sometimes by the hour. And I mean, I would argue that we already see AGI, the artificial general intelligence. Maybe we are already on the way to a certain super intelligence. Maybe we will see singularity at one day, sooner or later. And of course, given all the chances and the opportunities that the tech side and the tech development has and provides for all of us, for all walks of life, communication, work, life as such, there are some downsides, obviously, some risks that we need to assess, that we need to take care of very well to keep things in balance. And that's why I'm happy that this week will be the forum for exactly those discussions. And on the German side, we are very much looking forward to engage with India and beyond. It's always good to be back in Delhi and embark on this. And I think that we do have the global dimension, but there's also, of course, the bilateral component that Europe and India can embark on. For example, when there's not too much of a difference when, for example, a school child or pupil in India or in Germany, in Europe, uses AI tools to conduct the homework, then most likely, as of today, the language models they use are not trained in India or in Germany. So we need to balance things out. We need to talk about the consequences that all of this means. I mean, language is culture, culture is connected to ethical issues, values, health, and so forth, religion, and more. So we are very much open to embark on those discussions. That's why I'm happy that we have, on the German side, we are here with a number of speakers for this session, for this panel, 2 speakers. There's Markus Sievert from TUM, you might have heard of the institution, Technical University of Munich, and the think tank they have. They also have a presence in India. And of course, we have the Minister of the State of Hessen, the Minister for Digitalization and Innovation of one of the key states in Germany that is driving force in Germany when it comes to digitalization and also AI developments. Mrs. Christina Sinemos. She's on her way. She's, I think, now at gate 7, making her way. So I'm confident that we will see her here soon, and contribute to the discussion. So thank you very much to all of you on the panel, and I'm very much looking forward to discussing the debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. We were supposed to have the keynote address by Mr. Singhvi, but he's also on his way. He's almost reached the building. Apologies, but we will have his address a little later during the session. For now, given the paucity of time, I'll start the discussion. Through this panel today, we will try to explore how India and Germany are looking at their own national perspectives on rulemaking, how we're sort of advancing institutional accountability, preventing any power concentrations, and also learn a little bit about cross-jurisdictional learning and socio-political sensitivities that exist in both countries through the expertise of the panelists that we have on the dais. Without further ado, and also just to lay some ground rules, given that we have a set time limit, would request all my panelists to sort of give their remarks as succinctly as possible, but also sort of do engage the audience with whatever your expertise in. So we'd love to hear more from you, but also be cognizant of the time that we're trying to work out on. So I'll just quickly start. And Sasmit sir and Bharat sir, this question is to you. Maybe Dr. Patra, you can answer first, and then we'll go to Mr. Bharat. But the idea is to understand, what India's current approach to AI governance essentially is. What are we thinking around the principles that we keep talking about, be it transparency, accountability, explainability, and others? How we're approaching it in the various sectoral laws that govern the country right now? What is the current status quo? If you can sort of enlighten the audience a little bit on that.
Thank you so much. I'll be very brief for an Indian politician. So I would use the operative word inclusive. In a country where data is not proportionately and evenly distributed, we have, and I'm also a member of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Communications and Information Technology, our focus is on soft touch regulations. So we are not looking at this point of time on very hard knuckled regulation like the India-EU AI Act that we have. But having said that, we are focused on a constitution-based approach. The constitution-based approach is based on equality, transparency, accountability, and inclusivity. So having said that, the regulations that we are focusing on today as a nation, and at least at the parliamentary level, is to ensure that while we do have guardrails to ensure that we have responsible AI, at the same point of time, we do not want to have such hard-bound laws coming in that will stifle innovation and probably not allow our innovators and entrepreneurs to also move forward. So very briefly, I must say that it's a constitution-based approach based on value. As we know that the rural economy that we have, the data may not be as easily accessible and probably not readily available as probably urban India. We still have a digital divide. So being responsive to those approaches and the needs that are still there, and the lack of probably enough data available across every village and every district of this country, we have to ensure that inclusivity stays a key element, and interoperability through the DPI, the Digital Public Infrastructure, and the DPI stack that we have is ensured. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Patra. Bharat sir, what are your views on this? How is India sort of approaching the conversation on AI governance? And are there any lessons from us from the EU AI Act as we see it, which is the risk-based approach that they follow? And is it anything that we can adopt from them, learn from them, or do better?
Firstly, I think we're all a little scared. What's going to happen to the world? As a public representative, as Dr. Patra said, we are here in a life of service to ensure that we bring balance to society. But I recently was reading a tweet written by Mr. Ray Dalio, he was speaking about, I don't know if any of you has read it, speaking about how history has taught us how powers work. So essentially, rules are demanded by the weak to control the powerful. And the powerful don't operate by any rules. They change the rules once they get the power. So when we are in government now, there is both an explicit and an implicit choice that we have on how we are going to govern ourselves. Based on my work in the last 2 years, I want to believe that the government and my party, which is a part of the NDA alliance, are good actors, and they do care about ensuring that there is a rule-based order and the constitutional values are upheld. Having said that, how we navigate this AI era, I don't think there is one fixed path yet. We don't have an act in India yet. We're a democracy, and as a democracy also there's a lot of diversity in terms of language, economic prosperity, access to information. So we have to be conscious of all these things when we take decisions. And I hope, I invite all of you in the audience, that I represent the state of Andhra Pradesh, and we're also part of the NDA. If any of you have any ideas, because we are, in some sense, just your representatives, right? So you come and speak to us, we engage with you, and through that dialogue, India is going to move forward. So we are not experts on anything. We rely on you. Thank you for making time to come to this panel. And I'm saying, what is our intent? Our intent is to create a balanced, equitable society in India, where those who have the best ideas are given the access to pursue those ideas, whether it be access to data, access to resources, access to good rules. Because often rules and the system is designed in such a way that it doesn't help the small guys. They normally always help the big guys. The big guys will remain big because of that. There's a lot of force on us, many of which, lot of which we can't come out and say. But the few good people are standing between anarchy and rule-based order. So I'll pause.
Thank you, sir. I think what your opening remarks have also underlined and resonated clearly with the audience is the need for inclusiveness, and something that Dr. Batra also underscored in his comments. And with this, I come to you, Mr. Marcus. We've been talking a lot about inclusiveness as a principle. Given your work in this space, I'd love to understand from you, how do we really translate this principle of inclusiveness into something actionable when we are thinking about it from a regulatory, from a governance standpoint? How do we translate that in reality on ground? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for having me. It's been really honored to come all the way here from Munich to join you in this conversation. It's funny that you asked me this question, to be honest, because at least my personal opinion and perspective is always that I look to India, to other global South countries in order to understand better how to build inclusivity and into technology. I think these are conversations that we usually maybe have in Germany, second order or third order, and I always have the feeling that these questions are much more prevalent whenever I come to India or visit African countries and so forth. How to build it and include it into the regulatory scheme. So what we do a lot in the team, my wonderful colleagues at the TUM think tank, we work a lot on regulatory learning, and a little bit echoing what has been said here before on the panel is like it starts with the prerequisite that we don't know if we're honestly true where the field is moving at the moment. So we need to have a more humble approach in that sense, and think about, okay, what kind of mechanisms can we put in place in order to learn while doing stuff. And if we think about the inclusion principle, I think we can go through, the policy cycle, think about like, anything first upstream, really early in the process that we gather weak signals about the technology, what problems are there, include the stakeholders that are relevant early on, create something like peer-to-peer learning mechanisms to exchange ideas, and then we can translate that through in the midterm and midway through the policy cycle. I think we have already a really good established toolkit that we can use, whether it's policy pilots, whether it's sandboxes, whether it's other tools which allow us to experiment, and not only as a regulatory mechanism, but really as a participatory tool in order to involve like the people that are affected by a certain technology, right? And then last point in this downstream, it's all about the policy feedback loops, right? So what do we then actually do when we implement the policy, and how can we keep up with then the stakeholders that are using the technology and so forth. So what I want to stress is I think there's no one tool that fits everything, but it's really like more of a mental model that we need to apply here, and instead of like how can we learn in this fast-paced world.
Thanks, Dr. Marcus. It does make sense that a lot of this is for us is also to learn eventually of how things translate into action, which brings me to Ivana here. Given Wipro's leadership in AI governance, would love to understand from you, Ivana, how you envisage India to translate some of these global AI principles that we keep hearing about. How can India truly translate it into action when we talk about its governance here?
Thank you so much, and it's great to be here, not only because I work for an Indian company heading up governance and translating a lot of this into practice, but also because I live in Germany, so I couldn't be more at home. Yes, I mean, it's a very good question. I think the key here, of course, Germany, the European Union, and India, there's a different approach to regulation. European AI Act, risk-based approach, ex-ante legislation. Before a product hits the market, let's look at the risks. Indian approach, very interesting, a techno-legal approach, saying, okay, before putting in law, first we evaluate the laws out there. Yeah, for example, privacy legislation, the just being operationalized with the rules. Very important because AI does not exist in isolation. Privacy legislation, consumer legislation, all applies to AI. So the approach I've seen so far in India is to say, before we enact new legislation, we look at existing ones and see how it squares with the potential new harms coming from artificial intelligence. And we look at use cases, and we look at embedding embedding the controls into the design of the systems. Now, that is the solution to me. The reason why I'm saying this is because we need to operationalize governance, not just as a compliance overhead. We have to stop seeing governance of artificial intelligence as compliance. We have to see governance of artificial intelligence as the way forward for us, for businesses, as well as governments and states, to put in the market products that are resilient, safe, and they bring long-term value. If I put in the market, or if I work with a client and I have a product that is biased, if I have a product that is not safe, I'm not creating innovation that I can get behind, because it's not going to bring me long-term value. So it's really important that we don't look at governance as a compliance tick box exercise. We look at governance as the way to create long-term value, innovation, growth, productivity, and all of this. This is where I think the theme of this summit is important. When you talk about democratizing AI, which is the core of this summit, democratizing AI doesn't simply mean that you give everybody tools. It means that you are inclusive in the way that these tools are designed in the first place. Because this is the core of inclusion. We can't have tools that are designed by a small minority. We can't have tools in one part of the world. We cannot have tools that do not represent the diversity, the complexity, the ethical values that bring communities together. This is very, very important. So I'll close by saying design is crucial. How we design these tools, what are the controls that we put in place, the way that we don't see governance just as risk management, but we see it as embedding values, embedding very strong design choices into products.
Thanks for sort of underscoring some of the do's that really need to go in when we talk about AI governance at large. And with this, Mr. Anand, I come to you. We've been talking a lot about what needs to be done, but I want you to sort of comment on what should policymakers avoid today so as to avoid any kind of reactive policy making, which then leads us to sort of ponder upon later. So your thoughts on that. What needs to not be done as of now?
So first and foremost, I must say that it's a great compliment to a speaker to have so many people in such a small room. But I think that will encourage us to and probably bring out the best out of us. The world has had roughly about 148 bills on AI from 32 countries in the last few years. And the approaches have been either that the law of the country is good enough and doesn't need a change. And that's broadly what we've been saying in India, that our laws are quite sufficient. Or in some countries they've followed the European risk model. And in some countries, like in US, the No Fakes Act and the No AI Fraud Act has followed a right to publicity model. Those are the three very broad kinds of legislation that there have been. India, you must remember, legislation takes a lot of time. So just to give you an idea, in the last 10 years or so, there have been roughly about 20 to 30 bills which became acts in 1 year in India, as opposed to the figure goes in European Parliament something like 300, 400. They pass bills or pass laws on the smallest of things, including the bubble size of champagne. So you can imagine how much of legislation takes place. Therefore, what do we do in India to attain speed? Our courts are proactive. The courts come up with solutions. To give you an idea, domain name cases. On the internet, meta tagging, hyperlinking, framing, phishing. All of these, there was no law in India, but the courts found solutions, including right of privacy, right of publicity. Privacy, we had Poolan Devi's case much before we got the DPDP. We had cases on well-known trademarks much before the 1999 Act introduced that concept legislatively. And we had the domain name, the Anton Pillar order introduced. I mean, in the 1980s, we had Anton Pillar orders to seize evidence, much before it was introduced in the trademark legislation in 1999. So the model that we've been following is, the problem arises, 1, 2, the courts try to solve that problem, 3, when the courts have done that for about 10 years, then some kind of a legislative solution comes. The question is, that may give us speed, but it doesn't give us certainty. Why? Because one judge will disagree from another, or even distinguish a higher court's decision, and may think he has his own thinking. So how do we attain certainty? One way, of course, is to have more objectivity in our laws,
Last
which
season,
means in AI laws to make them as objective by rules as we can.
season last time.
That's one way.
What season?
And the other way, I think, is that we try to legislate not by primary legislation, but by rule making, by principles, by guidelines, which is what India has been doing. All the guidelines, principles of AI have come first as non-enforceable guidelines, and in due course of time, they will become rules and become law. So that policy in due course of time becomes a law. So today, for example, intermediary liability under Section 79 of the IT Act. When it was originally enacted, I think 2001, there was nothing to do with AI. But AI principle, AI cases came to court. We had a whole lot of personality cases with Anil Kapoor, Amitabh Bachchan, Aishwarya Rai, etc. They were all protected without a law, simply on common law principles. Then came the amendment in 2026. An amendment has come which recognizes in the IT rules of 2021, which have now been amended with effect from 2026, to recognize synthetic material. So problems of deep fakes, problems of bias, all that, dark patterns. Now there's a guideline which is an enforceable guideline. But we had dark pattern cases before that. So the law, the court's solution has now been implemented as soft law, which is the guidelines and rule making, secondary legislation, and slowly will become hard law. That's the path that we've been following.
Thanks for sort of breaking that down, Mr. Anand. I also welcome Mr. Singhvi, who's sort of now in the room. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. We'll be hearing him shortly after the panel closes as the closing address remark. Thank you, sir, for making the time for this. Coming back to you, Dr. Patra, we've been speaking a lot on what's happening in Germany, what think tanks are also thinking, Mr. Anand also highlighted on, how laws have already existed and they've been sort of catering to the evolution of AI as we've seen it. But when we talk about it from a socio-political context, right, and given the diversity that exists in a country like ours, what adaptations do you think we need to keep in mind to ensure that nobody misses out in this whole race of AI as we speak and know of?
I believe it's the last three letters of your panel today, rule of law. If rule of law as a basic driving principle is used, only then we'll be able to ensure that in the socio-political landscape of India, given its diversity, I'll give you a very small example. If, let's say, an AI tool is developed that can probably identify beneficiaries, all of you, in some way or the other, versus your voting patterns. All right? Now, many of you, I believe most of you are not farmers here, but now take that example into the farmlands and say that a farmer is a beneficiary of a specific program of the government and gets 10,000 Indian rupees every quarter. And then if you link all the beneficiaries together, all the benefits that we get to an AI platform that is able to then decipher to a certain extent a voting pattern of their respective districts, panchayats, booths or wards. So what you then know is who's getting the benefit and who's voting for whom, approximately. That's dangerous. Let's say, for example, youngsters are here from various universities. If, let's say, an AI platform is able to crawl through your social media and understand your mindset as far as your postings are concerned, and then is able to derive, probably tomorrow when you are applying for a government job, then that's dangerous. So citizenry versus the governance, versus the law, versus the benefits, all have to align together on a rule of law. Where irrespective of your preferences and choices as an individual, Article 19, famously quoted as right of expression. Let's say you express something. It is not dangerous. There's no case against you. But somewhere down the line, when you've probably done 10 years, 15 years of some work, and suddenly that becomes a determinant through an AI platform which is yet to appear before us and stares you in your face. Like, for example, the US government has already said if you're applying for a US visa, any one of you, you have to unlock your privacy settings and allow that your social media be read. That is dangerous. So for India, for our diversity, where even today, 60% of people vote against the government of the day. The government that is in power gets 43% vote share, which roughly means about 60% are voting against. So AI tools, when they come in, have to ensure that if the algorithm in some way starts reading into these patterns, then the rule of law goes for a toss. Therefore, from the perspective of citizenry, 1.4 billion people, whether he's a farmer, he's a fisherman, he is a Manrega worker who gets a 300 rupees per day, or a student in JNU or Delhi University, whatever you do or you don't do should not be held against you as long as within the contours of law. Then you have a very safe, responsible and inclusive AI. That is why I said the last 3 letters of this panel is going to be the driving force, because that is part of the unwritten code of Indian Constitution. Rule of law, which we borrowed from the British. And that is why, as long as we are able to sustain the rule of law, that is why I said, Honorable Prime Minister has also been saying, we are moving from an ethical AI, responsible AI, to an inclusive AI culture. Unless there is inclusivity, a person in India also earns 30 rupees a day, and a person in India also earns 30 crores a day. From the Adanis and Ambanis of India to a man who earns probably 100 rupees a day, all of them are equal in the eyes of Indian law. That is the power of the Indian Constitution. And that is why the rule of law and the basic tenets of our principles of our republic have to be seen through the AI. And if there is any change or any diversion of that, then it will destroy the very fabric of what we stand for. It's not directed at any government. It's for generations to come. Because Gen AI 3 years back was doing something differently that is doing today. And exponential is going to do something very different in the next 5 years that we don't even know of. And that is why it's very important that the rule of law and inclusivity are the key binders which will be able to circumvent socio-cultural landscape of India.
Thank you for that articulation, Dr. Patra. I think you very rightly highlighted the need for rule of law and also for democratic resilience as we know it. And that brings me to you, Shripal sir. We've been talking a lot about, what we can do and how to navigate that space and, what we can learn from the socio-political context of a country like ours. But from you, I'd like you to sort of elaborate a bit on, how to also avoid any kind of power concentrations as we know it, right? We know that there are a lot of companies that are booming. There's a big startup ecosystem in the country right now that India is sort of proud to host. Would love to understand what should we do as you being a policymaker to ensure that the power does not concentrate in the hands of a few and sort of gets distributed for all.
It's too late for that. I think power has been concentrated in our society for a very long time, far before I was born.
We're joined by Dr. Christina. She's the Minister for Digitalization and Innovation at the Hessian Ministry of Digitalization and Innovation at Germany. Thank you so much, ma'am, for finally making it. We know that you've had a tiring flight, but thank you for making it to the panel. Yes.
They are very
So,
suitable for them.
how many of you watch science fiction, dystopian movies, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, right? There's this scrappy band of people that come together against a big bad evil force, and by pure luck and some talent, they're able to save the world. And then we feel the movie is over, but then there's a sequel. And the evil comes back. So, in that sense, we have to be but recognize that we're very transient and we're going to die, and no matter how hard we work, how much peace we bring, conflict will come back. So I derive joy not in the destination but in the journey. The joy is in playing the game, and it is to, and also it's exciting to do something that many others are not doing. So power is concentrated, so we can't avoid that. What we are trying to do is ensure that it doesn't become further concentrated, and we're trying to democratize access to more people, so that more people can ensure that there's going to be a better future, at least as long as I'm alive. After that, I don't. So in this, if you see, when calculators came and when the phone came, earlier I used to remember 200-300 numbers. Now I remember maybe 10 numbers, 15 numbers. I used to do complex multiplications and mathematical calculations in my mind. Now I don't do anything. I rely on the calculator. So with AI, my worry is that people will export their thinking also to some engine, and they lose their own ability to think originally. And then we lose control. We become a slave to somebody else's agenda. So my desire as a policymaker, as a leader, as an educator, I also lead a university, is to protect, develop original thinkers in whatever number, and start from a very young age. Because our large public schools, government schools, CBSE schools, many of them don't develop or create original thinkers. And we're in a world where it seems to be that more than rules, power is determining how things go. So at least in India, we want to be an alternate symbol of hope for the world, where we say that in India, we will work towards following the rule of law, providing access to original thinkers. We'll invite any of you, if you're in different countries and you feel your country is not providing that platform, please come to us. We're not perfect, we have a lot of problems, but intent is there to do good. The other premise is that I feel, or at least I hope, that AI is not going to take over like the movie I, Robot and wants to kill us all. I want to believe that at least a very small subset of human beings will still be the decision makers of the future course of our society. So those few decision makers should have good intent. So my role is to ensure that those people are protected, those people are empowered, those people are heard, and those few people come together to shape how the country moves forward. And through India, we set a model for the rest of the world on how we should do things. And like-minded nations should come together in these times, because we can't do things together. Sorry, we can't do things alone. When we come together, I think we share best practices. Like-minded nations, I think, will bring balance to the world. That's what I believe.
Thanks, Dr. Bhatt. Thanks, sir. Dr. Christina, we can now come to you. We've been waiting to hear from you a little bit on how, you at HES, given your ministry, how are you translating some of these principles of AI governance as we know it into action? And also, are there any examples from your public sector initiatives that you can elaborate a little bit upon, so that we can also learn and see how India can also draw some values from that? So, but also I'd like to flag that we're also running short on time. So just to be cognizant of that.
I tried to make it very brief.
Perfect.
So it's really changing of world coming from the snow here to India. So because there was a delay because it was snowing, and I think to have this different worlds is the same as AI has implemented with the ChatGPT. In 2011, in 2090, the whole world is going in another dynamic. And I think what is our task from the policy side is, on one hand, to really try to make rules which have transparency on one hand, but on the other hand, to have trust in the rules and to have trust in the policymakers. And therefore, there are two actions I would like to point out what I'm doing as Ministry of Digitalization and Innovation. No, three. The first is I trust the innovation of my country and the people who have innovation innovative ideas through AI. And therefore, we invest in the brains. We invest in the brains with a program, and they get, even the ones who make their PhD at the university and so on, get money for showing that their AI products are functioning. So we trust them in their good brains and ideas. That is one thing what we are doing. We have now 107 startups. We have, as a ministry, invest in 170 startups. The second is, we found in GmbH together with a big association. It's the Association of Engineers, VDE it's called, and they found with us in GmbH. And what we want to do is to generate a clearly label for qualitative AI. We have an AI quality and testing hub. We built this, and then we want to produce these labels. I think that's important, and the producing of the labels is along the AI Act. And the third, because I'm speaking about trust, I start 3 years ago a tour. I go with AI exponents through the marketplaces all over Germany and show the people what AI positive things can do. For instance, for healthcare, for instance, for planning cities. And in going to the marketplaces and speak with the people and say, we want to help us to have a good future in innovative and AI, in this kind of dialogue, I think that's important. That's kind of building trust. And I think building trust, having transparency, and have rules which we as policymakers are following and show the people that they have a chance for the future. I think that are maybe the 3 pillars I want to give you as an idea.
Thank you, Dr. Christina. That's very insightful. Given the paucity of time, I'd like to come back to the 3 people that I could not come back to and give 2 minutes each to all of you, Ivana, Dr. Marcus, and Mr. Anand, to sort of share your concluding remarks before we welcome Mr. Singhvi for his closing address. So maybe, Ivana, we start from you and then move on to Dr. Marcus and Mr. Anand.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have got a unique challenge right now, which is really about not just about AI capabilities, because these will grow and they grow on a daily basis, not just AI capabilities, but about the institutional capability that we have as countries, as companies, to make sure that we can govern these changes. And I think this is a wonderful challenge to have, regardless of whether we have the European AI Act or whether we have techno-legal approach. That is the key thing. The countries that will now make it are the countries who are going to have this institutional capability to really take on this massive change and govern it in the right direction. And I think this is great. The last thing I wanted to say is I have the most wonderful job in the world, because I, more than the politicians, because it's the job of working with product managers of AI systems and working with them and say, hey, how are we going to embed privacy, security, resilience, legal safeguards into the products that we're making? This is fantastic. And what I would like to see in India, as in Germany, where I live, by the way, I would like to see participation on what are the best practices to make this happen? What are the privacy enhancing technologies that we can take? What does it mean to design the trust stack into, for example, agentic AI? Having that really concrete good practice on how we can code and design legal safeguards into the tools that we put out there.
Thanks, Ivana. Dr. Marcus, also reminding about the time again.
I tried to be brief. Yeah, maybe 2 thoughts that resonate that have been posed here at the panel. So I think one thing is about, policymaking needing to be concise, what you also alluded to. I mean, what we're currently experiencing in Germany and in Europe probably is like a struggle between ex ante and ex post regulation, and we can't decide whether we go this way or that way. And where we put our resources in, where do we build this institutional capacity? And I think we just need to make one choice, either or, in order to build that capacity, in order then follow through. Because what we experience at the moment is kind of that we don't have the capacity to enforce either or. And so it's the worst of both worlds. Secondly, power, I think, is a crucial point. And I would strongly resonate what you meant. I think many of the developments are already passed and are embedded into our society. So, however, we need to look carefully and what processes can we change. So maybe we can't do nothing about who owns the data, who has data centers, who owns the large LLMs. We can't change that by tomorrow. But we can change something about how we involve people, right? And who we assign power to in the process of giving them a voice. This is something that we can change, and we need to be a little bit more, maybe proactive in mapping the field of dependencies and power struggles in this field.
Thanks, Dr. Marcus. Mr. Anand?
So there are, we all see that there are two sides to the AI coin. There's a opportunity side and there's a risk side. And as a result of the risks, what is happening is that there have been violations, breach of personality rights, IP violations, when copyright cases have come up, defamation, breach of privacy, and a whole lot of other wrongs. Roughly about 1,000 to 3,000 cases have gone to courts in about 35 countries of the world. And one thing is coming out quite clearly, and that is that in all these cases, you need to prove electronic documents. You have to show that a particular page, for example, is an accurate page. So you have to prove that, and we've got the laws for that. We've got Section 63(4) of the BSA, which is the New Evidence Act, by which we can prove all electronic documents. However, attribution, how do you show that that document has originated from the person who you think is the wrongdoer or who you allege to be the wrongdoer? So there are a whole lot of attribution rules are used. And we follow a mosaic theory, which means it's not one evidence, it's a host of evidences put together. There may be in whose name is the phone registered, in whose account is the website registered. It may be things of that kind. Money trails to follow, time logs, and a host of other pieces of evidence together help you prove that a particular electronic record has originated from a particular person. But what happens when you file these cases? Defendants fail to appear. The result, you can stop the wrong, but you can't get money. You can't put them behind bars. Now that's a big drawback globally. It's not an India phenomena. It's the same problem in Germany, same problem in most other countries. So we end up presuming, the courts have to draw presumptions. So presumptions come from, for example, Section 114 of the Indian Evidence Act, that if the defendant doesn't appear, then whatever the plaintiff has said is presumed to be correct. So presumptions are resorted to. But discovery law, although it exists in our Act, interrogatories, inspection, Anton Pillar orders, all those mechanisms exist, but discovery laws have yet to develop in India. You'll find in the US, the cases involve truckloads of discovery. And there used to be this concept of document dump. You ask somebody to discover the emails, he sends you a truck of emails. How do you go through it? Now with AI, you can go through it. You can find out that one email, which is the clincher. And so discovery laws in India, although they exist on paper, they need to be developed. Then reversal of burden of proof. Because in a lot of these cases, you have to presume that it's a strict liability test which has to be imposed. Particularly what in European EU AI Act has a unacceptable risk standard. For that, all the wrongs, there's a total ban. And so if somebody's been caught with that kind of a wrong, he is presumed to be wrong, which is a strict liability, irrespective of mens rea or intention. You have to assume. So that's how we need to develop two areas. One is reversal of burden of proof, as we have in section 104A of the Patents Act, and better development of discovery laws.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Anand. Thank you all to all my panelists for your insights. Given the paucity of time, I know I've been running, but I now welcome Mr. Singhvi for his closing address. Thank you so much, sir, for making the time. Mr. Singhvi is the Additional Secretary at the Ministry of External Affairs, and it's our honor to have him give the closing address for this.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, let me thank the organizers, the dialogue, and the partner institutions for convening this timely and important conversation in this India AI Impact Summit. And it is an honor for me to join legislators, ministers, members of parliament, scholars, industry leaders, and colleagues from different parts of the world for this policymaker dialogue on AI policy evolutions and the rule of law. Friends, we are meeting at a moment when artificial intelligence, as you all know, is no longer a distant technological horizon. It is already shaping economies, governance systems, and the daily lives of our citizens. The real question before us, therefore, is not whether AI will transform society. That transformation is already underway, but whether we can ensure that this transformation remains democratic, accountable, and firmly anchored in the rule of law. And you have heard the learned speakers talk about this, that how we can ensure that. And this question becomes even more relevant when we speak of democratizing AI resources, which is, I think, also some speakers alluded to. And when we use the word democratization, I think it is worth pausing to reflect on what we truly mean. Democratization is not merely about access to computational power or advanced models. It is also about access to quality data sets, institutional safeguards, transparent governance systems, and legal records when things go wrong. In essence, to my understanding, it means ensuring that AI does not concentrate power in the hands of few, whether governments, corporations, or algorithmic elites, but instead expands opportunity, fairness, and participation. And when we view this in this light, the democratization of AI becomes inseparable from the democratization of governance itself. Friends, history tells us that every major technological shift reshapes the relationship between the state, citizen, and the market. We have seen in the history. The printing press widened access to knowledge. Electricity, as you all know, powered industrial transformation and industrial revolution. The internet rewired communication and commerce. AI, however, is different. And it's different in one profound respect, that it can influence decisions, shape behaviors, and determine outcomes at scale. That is why precisely governance in the AI age cannot remain reactive. It must be anticipatory, principled, and inclusive. And this brings me to the core of today's discussion, that is, operationalizing the rule of law in the age of AI. How do we do it? What does that mean in practice? And to my mind, at its heart, the rule of law rests on three core concepts: accountability, transparency, and fairness. We have heard learned speakers speak about all these in different flavor. And when we look at it in the context of AI, to my understanding, accountability requires that decisions made or assisted by algorithms remain explainable and contestable. Transparency demands clarity in data usage, model design, and decision pathways. And fairness requires that AI systems do not replicate or amplify historical biases embedded in the society. These principles may sound abstract, but they must be translated into the legislative frameworks, regulatory institutions, and also judicial oversight mechanism that citizens can trust. Now, if you look at India's approach to AI governance, you will find that it has evolved from its development priorities and democratic ethos. Our objective is not merely to regulate risk, but also to harness AI for inclusive growth, improved public service delivery, and social empowerment. And we are doing that. You all know about the digital public infrastructure. Through this DPI, from Aadhaar to UPI to DigiLocker, you are all aware that we have democratized how technology can scale inclusion at population scale. Inclusion has been talked about here to in a great detail, and that is very important. And as AI becomes integrated into these ecosystems, our guiding principles, I think, must remain trust, safety, and accessibility, and that is very important. The India AI mission, as you all know, for instance, seek to expand compute access, support indigenous innovations, and promote responsible AI development while ensuring that benefits reach citizens across geographies and socio-economic backgrounds. At the same time, we must also recognize that AI governance cannot be confined within national boundaries, and that is again very important. Algorithms do not respect boundaries, they travel across jurisdictions. Data flows across continents, and digital services transcend geography. Global cooperation therefore becomes essential, and different regulatory approaches offers different frameworks. You have heard about how Europe's risk-based regulatory approach offers valuable insight into safeguarding rights and managing systematic risk. But on the other hand, India's development-centric model emphasizes scalability, affordability, and societal benefits. But rather than viewing these approaches as competing paradigms, to my mind, I think we should see them as complementary. And I think their convergence can build an AI ecosystem that is both safe and socially transformative. Now, this raises a very important question. Can we evolve shared global principles while respecting diverse socio-political context? And to my mind, I think yes, we can. Such a framework, to my understanding, would rest on common values such as human dignity, democratic accountability, technological openness, and equitable access. It would encourage interoperability of standards while allowing policy flexibility to reflect local realities. It would promote innovations while safeguarding rights. And above all, it would recognize that trust is the currency of the digital age. And in this journey, the role of legislatures, courts, regulatory institutions is central. Lawmakers must craft forward-looking policies that are technologically informed yet constitutionally grounded. Courts must interpret emerging disputes with sensitivity to both innovations and right protection, and that is very, very important as we go forward in development of AI for the larger public good. Regulators at the same time must remain agile, capable of responding to rapid technological evolutions without stifling progress. And governance must also be participatory, incorporating voices from academia, civil society, industry, and citizens themselves. And when governance becomes participatory, I think legitimacy naturally flows and follows. Now, allow me to pause and pose a simple but fundamental question here. That is, who benefits from AI? And if the answer is limited to those with access to data, capital, and compute power, I think we risk deepening inequality, and that is something very important. Honorable Member of Parliament also spoke about that. But if we But if the AI improves healthcare access in rural areas, enhances learning outcomes in underserved communities, optimizes agriculture for small farmers, and delivers public services with transparency and efficiency, then AI can become a force multiplier for equity. And I would say the direction we choose will depend on the governance framework we build today. And in this context, I think India's digital journey offers useful lessons in building at scale while preserving democratic accountability. Open standards, interoperable platforms, and public-private collaborations have created ecosystems that fosters innovation while promoting citizen rights. And as AI become embedded with these systems, our focus remains on building trust through safeguards, grievance redressal mechanism, and responsible data governance practices. Another important aspect which I want to highlight and has become very important is that geopolitical competition increasingly intersect with technological advancement, and you all know that. AI governance is also emerging as an important dimension of strategic diplomacy nowadays. And it is therefore important that we cooperate and collaborate. Cooperation in AI standards, ethical frameworks, and research partnerships can build bridges of trust among nations. Conversely, on the other hand, fragmented regulatory regimes risk creating digital silos and widening technological divides. And in this context, I think dialogues such as this, bringing together policymakers from across the region, are therefore vital in shaping a cooperative digital future. But despite all this, however, I think the regulations alone will not ensure responsible AI. Capacity building is also equally critical. Policymakers need technological literacy. Regulator needs analytical tools. Judges need technical understanding. Citizen needs digital awareness. Democratizing AI resources, therefore, also means democratizing knowledge and institutional capacity. And without this, even the most well-designed legal frameworks will struggle in implementation. So as we navigate this transition, to my mind, three guiding ideas may help us stay on course. First, governance must remain human-centric, ensuring that technology serves people. Second, it must be inclusive, reflecting the diversity of the societies. Honorable Member of Parliament has alluded to a great respect on this. And third, I think it must be adaptive, evolving alongside technological changes rather than lagging behind. And friends, the rule of law is not an obstacle to innovation, as often people think that rule of law is something which is going to stifle innovation and so. But to my mind, it is the foundation. Trust enables adaptation. Predictability encourages investment. Accountability sustains legitimacy. And when citizens trust that AI systems are fair, transparent, and contestable, they are far more willing to embrace technological transformation. Now, let me conclude with a thought. The future of AI governance will not be determined only in laboratories or boardrooms. It will be shaped in legislatures, courtrooms, and democratic forums such as this one. And the choices which we make today will determine whether AI becomes an instrument of concentration or a catalyst for empowerment. And if we align innovation with democratic values, we will not only regulate technology, we will shape a future where technological progress and human dignity advances together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I invite Kazim to hand over the mementos to the speakers. So speakers, can you please take your places in front of the dais?
Thanks a lot.
Ma'am, you have I'm Sarika Guliani, a Senior Director and Head of Technology from FICCI. And like I mentioned, we are very, very happy to present this session under the aegis of AI Impact Summit, done with our partners from the India-Singapore Business Forum. We have an esteemed set of panel who is going to talk about on the various aspects. While the dais is being settled, I'll just give your thoughts on what is India-Singapore Business Forum. So it's a very high-powered platform which has been created. There is something called India-Singapore Ministerial Discussions, which happen a forum, and on the sidelines there is a business forum. The business forum looks into the various aspects which is important for the, I would say, the bilateral, as well as not limiting ourselves to the discussions only to Singapore. As a joint partner of India, Singapore, what else can be done globally? One of the subjects which the panel presents today is harnessing AI for fraud prevention and financial inclusion. Today, the session with the panelists which we have is Mr. Suresh Sethi, Managing Director and CEO of Protean eGov Technologies, Mr. Saurabh Mittal, Country Head Strategy, Transformation, Analytics and Research, DBS India. Mr. Bhuvan Lodha, Chief Executive Officer, AI Division, Mahindra & Mahindra. Mr. Srijay Ghosh, Managing Director, Temasek. Mr. Manish Agarwal, President and Business at Kotak 811, Kotak Mahindra Bank. So this is the panel, and the session is going to be moderated by Mr. Neeraj Agarwal, Managing Director and Senior Partner, Singapore BCG. Before I hand it over to you, Neeraj, can I request Suresh to kindly deliver the welcome remarks and share a brief thoughts on the ISBR and how we are looking it forward and the participation of the room. Over to you, Suresh. Okay, I think there is a need from the organizer's side to have a quick photograph for the speakers. Can I request you for a group photograph first? Yeah, please. Thank you. And ma'am, we will be handing it over to you 5 minutes late. Thank you. Mr. Sethi. Can I move it up?
Okay, friends, good afternoon. Am I audible? Yes, sir. Yes. So, distinguished audience, fellow ecosystem builders, ladies, gentlemen, it's a privilege to be here today at the India AI Summit. As Sarika mentioned, we are very happy to be here to talk to you at this important dialogue under the aegis of the Indo-Singapore Business Roundtable. The ISBR was created as a formal institutional mechanism to deepen economic and strategic collaboration between India and Singapore. It brings together policymakers, regulators, and very importantly, the industry from both countries to identify concrete, actionable initiatives across priority sectors. We are going across a stream of sectors including digital infrastructure, financial services, trade, sustainability, and now increasingly artificial intelligence. ISBR is definitely not just a talk forum. Its core purpose is to translate bilateral intent into execution-led outcomes, supported by policy alignment, regulatory coordination, and industry-led innovation. Over time, ISBR has evolved into a trusted platform where both the governments and industry can jointly address shared challenges, especially that cannot be solved by any single institution or country acting alone. The focus on digital and AI infrastructure, which frames part of today's discussion, reflects a clear recognition that digital trust is now foundational to economic growth, financial stability, and inclusion. This brings me to the theme of this session. Today we are going to be talking about harnessing AI for fraud prevention and financial inclusion in BFSI. As we are all aware, India's digital financial ecosystem today operates at a scale IC have enabled millions of citizens. Volumes run into billions on a monthly basis. onboarding happens in seconds, not days. While this scale is a source of enormous strength, at the same time, we must ensure that stronger controls do not come at the cost of exclusion or friction, especially for first-time users and MSMEs. This is where AI must be reframed, not as a tool, but as an infrastructure. While we speak of AI in BFSI, the real shift is from after-the-fact detection to in-flight intelligence. AI enables continuous risk assessment across onboarding, transactions, and networks. It allows institutions to detect subtle behavioral anomalies, identify mule networks, and surface systemic risk that no human or static rule engine can identify in real time. If designed correctly, AI can reduce false positives, lower friction, and improve customer experience. This is also where Indo-Singapore partnership becomes very powerful. While India brings to the table population-scale digital rails, diverse real-world datasets, and deep technology talent pool, Singapore brings regulatory oversight, very strong governance frameworks, and proven capability in operationalizing advanced technology responsibly. In particular,
to show up here. And I know it's not the most comfortable standing like this. Sorry, can't do much about it, but we'll hopefully try to make the conversation interesting. Second, I do want to, Sarika, introduce one more thing. I couldn't be more pleased to have such high quality organizations, whether it is Temasek, DBS, Protean, with all of them actually, and have the highest regard. So I'm deeply pleased. I think Suresh spoke very eloquently about this partnership between India and Singapore, and I think the one other thing which I also want to further emphasize is there's a lot which both sides bring to the table. Represented here as well. I personally worked in the early years of when Aadhaar got rolled out and the foundation of the digital public infrastructure in India was created. And the amount of progress we made in the last decade has been remarkable. At the next decade from here on, there are many opportunities, but there are also many questions. And that's the kind of thing we'll debate. Can we take it to the next level? Can trust be the foundation in this context is very, very critical. So I think that's what we're going to talk about. So the basic digital onboarding has happened. You know, almost all of us have seen that happen, whether it is on payments, credit, all of that. But trust is a place where AI can play a very important role in establishing the infrastructure by giving it real-time risk intelligence, fraud prevention. It could also create more of those. So I think that's, and there's a whole host of questions about, can it go from pilots to scaling? Can it be truly explainable? Can it create privacy, auditability, all of those? So those are the lenses we'll examine. And I'm going to go around and ask questions to each of the participants. So I'm going to start first with Suresh, with you itself. So while you get your water. So as you said, our digital financial rails are now at population scale, right? Everywhere I travel, people are hugely impressed by what India has accomplished on those. So with rising velocity, but also increasingly sophisticated fraud, right? And the legacy-based rules are no longer going to be sufficient in this context. Do you think AI can provide a core trust infrastructure as part of this? You know, it will be good to hear your views. Hello? You had to press this button, little button here.
Okay. Slide it to the right.
Slide it to the right and perfect.
Yes. Am I audible? No, thanks, Neeraj. Thanks for the question. No, as I said earlier, I think first of all, it's the scale that we are talking about today. As we are all aware, and we very proudly know, we track it month on month. UPI last did 20 billion plus transactions in a month, right? And interestingly has also doubled in the last 2 to 3 years. And we are actually talking about projected losses exceeding 1 lakh crores if things are not caught. So rule-based mechanisms, while they are important to set a threshold, but they are 0-1 signals which work at a transactional level. So you can either block transactions above a certain value, you can block your daily limits, which we all do on our applications. They are just not good enough to work at scale in the way the transaction velocity is going. So I think 3 key things which come through it. One is the speed and reactiveness. Now clearly when we are talking about transaction happening at this scale, it's very difficult because fraud happens in milliseconds. And you would always be caught post facto in trying to prevent it. One simple example, if you're having a few cars on the road, it's very easy to have fixed traffic signals, right? And the red light and green light just signify move or don't move. But when you're talking about millions of cars on the road, which are creating congestion, accidents, you need a very smart adaptive system which can dynamically change the rules of the game and change the signals and the traffic control and the directioning. And I think interestingly, today's experience in entering this place would have been far superior if AI would have dynamically managed which queue to take and to come in over here. So I think speed and reactiveness is one. The second part clearly is networked intelligence is very critical. Because today when we are talking about all of us from the financial services industry, we are very familiar with the term called mule accounts. Now what is that? Effectively, the money is moved from the victim's account into one or more accounts in milliseconds and then just branches out into multiple accounts, including cross-border accounts. So one single institution which is managing it will see maybe a genuinely created account into which the money is moving. But unfortunately, while it could be coerced or fraudulent, you're not rules are today giving you just limits. It's 0-1. So you have challenges around false detection and false positives. And you're excluding people by just saying if a transaction is above a certain value, stop it. And in this case, they are real live transactions and people's livelihood depends on it. So AI really plays a role. We spoke about it. Whether it is networked intelligence, which means you are now looking at behaviors across multiple accounts, across multiple institutions, and you are seeing anomalies in those behavior, and you are able to catch it at source. And clearly the third one being very
Of course, what you said, data is not available, it's all over the place, there is no single source of truth. Every plant, every manufacturer, every branch has its own data source. So bringing it all together and making sense out of it, of course, is tedious and is required for any AI systems to work at scale. And pilots are designed to be successful. Everybody wants the POCs and pilots to be successful. And hence they are successful. Nobody wants scale up. And hence it has to come from top down, and we have to start from making the data readiness. But a couple of other things also come in the way. I think scale up is less of a tech problem and more of a mindset shift. We often have very low tolerance for AI systems when they start making decisions. When humans make decisions, it's fine for them to make errors. But when an AI makes a decision, we of course, as human beings, we start judging the AI and often call it, this is not working, this is not something that can work at scale, we can't rely on this. I think we need to move on from using AI as a rule-based system, like Suresh was saying, into a paradigm where AI is learning on a daily basis from the data and from the patterns. And also realize that it is going to get better. Today, what it is doing is, even if it is as good as human, not better, of course it is much better in many areas, but it is creating capacity before it is creating new capabilities. So what you were able to do in 2 hours, we can now do the same thing at the least in 2 minutes. And imagine approving a loan with all the fraud checks done in place, from an application to cash happening in 2 minutes straight through, is something that India needs at scale. And I think AI is going to play a big role in making that happen. So thinking of AI as first catalyzing capacity and then adding new capabilities, I think is one way to get to scale quickly. And as the capabilities increase, I think we will see much more use cases come to life in real life.
That's some excellent points about catalyzing capacity first and mindset. Yeah, thanks, Bhuvan. Manish, I'm going to come to you. So Manish, 811, for those who don't know, is like a bank within a bank and has been remarkably successful. And you do a lot of stuff, onboarding decisions, multiple kinds of transaction decisions, etc., etc. I'm sure when you meet your friendly regulator, they ask you, can you do explainability, accountability, and all those questions, right? I mean, and rightfully so. The regulators have to ask that question. If I was in their shoes, I would ask the same question. Do you think this tool is helping you with that? And not just regulators. Why just regulators? Even customers can ask this question. Auditors can ask that question. So everybody can ask that question. And please shed some light on this.
Yeah. So, as everybody knows, we are one of the largest acquiring engine in India. And two of the problem which does not let me sleep is AI and fraud. And when this session was happening that AI and fraud is happening, I said I better attend this. Primarily, if AI has to be used in financial, which is a highly regulated one, it has to be explainable, and governance mindset has to be very much into the people who are building it up. One acronym which I have found it and which works is JCT. It has to be justifiable. Any decision which has been taken, whether the credit has been denied, a transaction has been stopped, how do we justify that? That is J. C is contestability, where anybody who has been affected by the decision, he should have the wherewithal to go back and contest, ask for what was the reason per se. And third is the traceability. The decision which happened, which AI made it across, can you go back and see what were the reason, what were the biases which made that decision to happen? Now in this, there are three stakeholders, as you rightly said. One is customer, for whom transparency and recourse are very critical. The second is auditors, for whom traceability and evidence, they would look at model, lineage, and versioning. They would look at any biases which exist into it. And the third and the most important stakeholder is the regulator, who's looking for evidences and accountability. They are looking for human in the loop. AI can continue to make decisions, but is there a human who's looking at the decision being done? A classical example is video KYC was launched in India in May 2020. We were the first one to go live, but regulator was very clear that while the systems will do all of those checks, face match, all algo run, there has to be somebody sitting behind who will go through the process to ensure that person who's getting onboarded is a real person. So I think if we follow this JCT, justifiable, contestable, and traceable, and take care of all three stakeholders, which is customer, auditor, and regulator, we probably would be in good shape.
Excellent. I love that framework, JCT. So I'm going to ask you a follow-up question, Manish, on that.
Yeah.
So using JCT,
Yeah.
do you think you can help customers reduce friction for customers, right? But, and also, the other error can be unintended exclusion, right? Whether it is retail, whether it is MSME, do you think that is possible to accomplish both lower friction and not unintended exclusion?
Yeah. So if we start from onboarding, right, there could be tiered onboarding can happen. A low friction product where the risks are lower can get started very quickly. And as the progression happens, there could be friction like video KYC, there has to be a people. If it is little higher kind of stuff, there could be a physical PD which happens in terms of onboarding. Now, as Suresh also mentioning, gone are the days when rule-based things can protect us. It has to be real-time decisioning which has the context to it. Just to give you an example, one of the fintech in UK has launched something called as street mode. What it does is, in an app, I can tell these are my safe places, my home, my office. But there are many times where mobile get picked up when you are walking on the street. Now, if somebody picks up your mobile and the payment being instant, money can move very quickly. So what has been done, if it is not my safe place, if money has to move, I need to do face authentication. Even if I put in an order saying that move 1 lakh from this account to other, it does not happen real time. It has a lag of whatsoever time you put in. And after that time, again, the face authentication happen. Now, if somebody has to take my money, he probably better kidnap me for an hour for the money to move using my app. So Neeraj, I think definitely AI is helping. We need to have guardrails, have to ensure that we use it in the right context. But I firmly believe AI has a huge future and it is helping financial institution as well.
I love this street mode. Yeah, I mean, that's a great, I had not heard of this. I love it. Saurabh, I'm going to come to you to build off this, if that's okay. Firstly, would you resonate with the points Manish made? And then, is there any, let's start with that, and I have a question on regulation to follow up. And Sriji, I'm coming to you right after. Don't feel like unwanted.
I think I fully agree with what Manish has said. Just a couple of things. One is that
every fast car needs a brake for us to be having a sense of safety. Similarly, any AI development will require guardrails to be in place so that we know we are going in the right direction. And that is something that we followed, at least in our organization. We may use different acronyms. So we call it PURE. So the questions we ask ourselves is, can we do it? Whether regulations allow us. The second is, should we do it? Whether it meets the PURE framework, which is purposeful, unsurprising to the customer, respectful, explainable. Something similar to JCT. I think the only thing I'll add to that is respectful. Because one of the things which data seems to have is a biases. So if I'm using historical data and it creates a bias which excludes a section of the society, I think that is something that we need to take care while making sure that we are building the right AI models. And the last one which we have is, how do we do it? Is make sure that once the models are there, we have the right kind of governance on it. I think these are the things, if it were to take care, I don't see any reason why AI should not go even faster in our life.
And just, you see regulation as an enabler, or regulators are willing to play ball?
Regulations are critical, and regulators are having the right kind of framework for getting the banks. So Singapore, we have the FEAT framework. In India, RBI has come out with the concept paper around it, and we have gone through it. It sort of aligns with what we have in a place, and it's critical.
Okay, Srijay, as I said.
Sorry, just one point I'd like to add is, I think the important part which regulators are facilitating is sharing of data between the organizations. And I think that will be the most crucial fact, because as a bank, I can look at my own data. But if I'm getting a larger information of frauds, what's happening, those kind of information will really help us make better decisions.
Got it. Thanks, Saurabh. Srijay, I'm going to ask you from a long-term capital as well as ecosystem perspective. Do you see a convergence, or where do you see the strongest conversion between this AI-driven infrastructure or trust infrastructure and financial markets, maybe financial inclusion, both in this part of the world as well as on cross-border financial corridors?
Thanks, Neeraj. If you think about from a long-term capital standpoint, it's very easy to say that, look, the convergence will happen in functional areas, and it's very important, and I'll talk a little bit about that.
Sorry, before that, Srijay works for Temasek, and Temasek is one of the larger deployers of capital in this part of the world, for sure, if not all parts of the world.
So I think, there are functional areas where it's really important, but also there is a larger strategic imperative that we shouldn't forget. So let me touch on the functional areas first. So if you think about the functional areas, one is the role of AI in capital allocation. Now, capital allocation is the basic building block of inclusion, the right capital allocation, because if you misallocate, that's a systemic risk. And that is really what we want to avoid as capital allocators. And if you want to avoid that, you really need to embed that trusted infrastructure in the financial plumbing, all the things that all of you said, right? Data integrity, provenance, model drifts, how do you fix model biases? All those governance has to be embedded in the financial plumbing. I say this because, if I try to simplify it, it's really saying that if you have trusted data, you have trusted models. If you have trusted models, you have trusted capital allocation. If you have trusted capital allocation, then you have trusted inclusion. And that's really the flywheel that hopefully we can iron out as we progress in the future. Now, the second functional area is, what is the role of AI in the context of doing audits, what I call the audit layer, which is validation of disclosures. As capital allocators, we are always relying on disclosures and the traceability of them, particularly in the context of climate and ESG, where you're looking at multimodal data to validate whether something is accurate or not. Again, the role of AI in the context of audit is very important. So I would say capital allocation and auditability and traceability are functional areas where long-term capital is particularly interested from a convergence standpoint, But now I want to come back to the strategic imperative. And this is very important because we don't think convergence sits in applications, in fintech apps. Convergence sits in the infrastructure. And that is extremely important because that's where the network effects are created. The second thing where I think the strongest convergence comes is actually outside of banking. It actually happens in the supply chains. And if you're able to embed finance in the supply chains, think about agriculture, renewables, the labor markets, that is where the impact is highest. And for us to get there, that is where the trusted AI infrastructure has to converge all the points that you mentioned, which is identity, productivity, credit, and in the context of cross-border interoperability. I'll just end that note with a line that I wrote when I was reflecting on this topic yesterday, which is when financing is embedded in production networks, inclusion is a byproduct of economic growth. And that is exactly what we are talking about. That's where you can be a lot more inclusive and also drive growth and productivity as you think about capital and capital allocation.
Excellent. So I'm going to go to another round of questions, but I think there's been a lot of alignment of the thoughts that the possibilities of the AI are enormous. Yes, there are things to work around. So just to give you a heads up, I'm going to ask at the end all of you one thing you feel excited about with AI and one thing you feel skeptical about with AI. Okay, so but just a heads up, but nevertheless, let me carry on. Suresh, I'm going to come back to you on this India-Singapore AI hub that you and I actually engaged a lot on. What do you think are possibilities which can happen on data, on compute, on talent, or other places where there could be, or information sharing, or intelligence, or just share some of those perspectives, please.
So Neeraj, I'll carry it forward from what Srijay just mentioned, building AI as a trust infrastructure. I think we spoke about it earlier that today, when fraud is happening, our defenses are fragmented, but fraud is connected. We took the example of the mule accounts. So you are really talking cross-border intelligence to be built into the AI infrastructure. And one simple starting point is we are talking about multiple institutions which are spread across different countries. When you're looking at an AI Singapore hub, when we were looking at the entire idea, it was saying how can the two countries come together and build a shared infrastructure which is powered by AI to be able to create this cross-border impact from an intelligence perspective and very, very closely linked to the theme we are talking about over here. And underlying it, what would be critical? And when we talk about shared infrastructure in India, we've had reasonable success in what we today call as programmable registries. We are building large data registries, and that starts from whether we talk about agriculture as an ecosystem or we talk about education as an ecosystem, whether they are institutional or whether they are at an individual level. Very simply, one example I can take over here is that between the two nations, if we can build a mule account registry, any fraudsters, you are able to look at it and you are able to identify in a cross-border ecosystem. You're talking about intelligent onboarding, where each country is respecting and having a common framework for identifying the right people who are operating within the ecosystem and are being able to connect to each other. And last but not the least, this co-sharing of data can also mean that we can have a lot of predictability in the risk analytics, because everything starts with data. Two countries sharing data. But coming to that, I would again say, more learning also from our banker friends on the panel. The data which is being shared has to be anonymized. So that risk should be clearly mitigated to say this is not customer data we are sharing, but these are anonymized signals, behavioral patterns which come together, and doing anything at a cross-border level will strengthen the digital, cross-border rails. It will help us to break any supply chains of risk and fraud that we see out there, and it will help us to do preemptive onboarding of the right institutions and the right individuals into the ecosystem for exchange. And I think the biggest beneficiaries could be the MSMEs and the citizens between the two countries as you create more increased cross-border engagement between the two places.
Well articulated, Suresh. Bhuvan, maybe I'll come to you back to my theme of pilots to scale. Is there a possibility of using this corridor also as an enabler for moving from pilots to production models?
Absolutely, and let me build upon what Suresh was talking about. We've been discussing setting up AI Hub as a platform. Data sharing with, of course, anonymity is going to be crucial for us to prevent large-scale frauds and become organized when it comes to detecting and avoiding fraud. But just from the perspective of sharing best practices of what works, what does not work in one country versus another, sharing talent is another area that we're going to look at as we set up the AI hub across the two countries. And then as we move on to sharing learnings, sharing data, and then sharing, perhaps building platforms that can enable us to run some of these high profile algorithms and AI systems at scale with data that's trusted as well as verified across multiple entities with cross-border signals as well. So I think that's going to be a key stepping stone towards setting up the AI hub. The other thing coming from pilot to scale is again this very engineering mindset of using the latest technology, especially in all the banks and financial services industries. All of us have become tech companies, and we want to chase the latest technologies. I think we are at a point where technology evolution, especially in the AI space, is way ahead than the adoption. We have to use the current technology really well, put the right guardrails in place before we go after the next model, the next release of what is happening in Silicon Valley and so on. I think we need to use the current technologies really well and make sure that we are able to scale up what works before we go to the next one.
No, well said. And I see this desire to chase every shiny object being quite out there. Shijay, this is the last formal question, and then I have this common question to all of you, in case time permits, and I'll look at Sarika to the time. But you are the big mover of capital, as I said earlier. What signals do you look for when you back AI-led financial infrastructure at scale? Is it, I wouldn't give, whatever. What signaling helps you back?
I think, this is the truth for any investor is they're looking for returns. And the expected returns is a function of the risk that you're taking. So when you think about the convergence, when you think about the trusted infrastructure, does it bring the risk of capital down? Because if it brings the risk of capital down, then you will deploy a lot more capital, not just from an equity standpoint, but also from a credit standpoint. And that is extremely important because inclusion is all about being able to allocate capital and all the things that you said, right? How do you reduce friction costs? How do you reduce doing business cross-border? That's something that we are trying to do through the hub. All this come into play in bringing that cost of doing business down, which brings the cost of risk down, which helps to deploy more capital with a much better expected return profile. So nothing less, nothing more. Neeraj.
Well said, Sujay. And maybe then, sorry, I'm looking at the clock. There are 4 minutes to 4:25, so I'm going to go through. Oh, this is saying more time than what you're saying. So I'm following the 4:25 rule. If you feel we can go to 4:30, whatever. But this is the last question, really speaking. Yeah. Okay, fine. So, Srijay, maybe you first. One thing you feel very excited about, and maybe one thing you feel skeptical or still unclear about.
I think I'm extremely excited about, how this is a potential for us to move up the value chain of anything that we do. And if you think about where I spend my time, I can move 20-30% up the value chain because I get more productive. And that applies to anybody and everybody on whatever they're doing. So moving up the value chain as humanity, I think is the biggest opportunity. I think what I'm worried about is dilution of human accountability, because there will be a lot of decisions that are taken by agents, machines, but human accountability has to stay. that human in the loop on how certain decisions are taken. So I hope we don't dilute accountability while we think about the opportunities on the productivity and moving up the value chain side.
Well said. Saurabh?
I think the way I look at it is, I'm excited about the fact that we are still just started the journey on AI. We may talk about we have been in it for 8 years or 10 years, but the fact is we are still touched the tip of the iceberg. So what lies ahead of us is really exciting time. Within DBS, what we see is that nearly 2/3 of our employees actively use AI in their day-to-day work. So, and that is something we have seen benefit everybody in their productivity, individual productivity. I think the second piece is, I think it is a slow sort of headline from our CEO is, we want to be an AI-enabled bank with a heart. So the point is, somewhere as the AI become more pervasive, the empathy should not go away. And that is something that worries us, and that's why we say we want to be an AI-enabled bank with a heart.
I love that. Suresh?
Yeah, Neeraj, so keeping it sort of short, I would say to me the positive is inclusion and the negative is exclusion, right? Because when we talk about inclusion, and we use this example a lot, our ability to communicate with the last person who's not digitally savvy, because we spent many years talking about digital literacy and you were teaching people to sort of talk to machines, and now the machines can talk to you, and that's made a big difference. I look at my last two roles, whether we were doing M-Pesa. I remember hearing the stories that the Kenyan population was numerate but not literate. So they virtually built the entire ecosystem on saying people know how to do numbers, but they can't do instructions. And when we built India Post Payments Bank, our biggest challenge was digital literacy. We spent 10 million man hours of training the postmen because we had 300,000 postal workers getting enabled to service the ecosystem. And in today's world, it becomes a very, very easy thing to do with AI embedded over there. And even for a citizen who has a simple mobile phone, your ability to converse and be able to do what you want to do is much easier. Exclusion becomes the challenge because yes, as some people adopt, there are the others who will get left behind. And I think India till now has adopted a very fine model of both assisted and self-serving, individuals. So I think assisted digital models in our country will remain very strong and need to be kept very strong so that if you can't do it yourself, somebody can help you do it.
Thanks, Suresh. I love this inclusion and exclusion. Bhuvan?
I think I'm really excited about the fact that with agents coming in, humans will get to exercise much more agency, ironically. Because the drudgery of the job goes away. And I can see a future where every human, every person, whether you're in your personal productivity capacity or as an enterprise worker, you become 10x of who you are. Because you're using AI or AI is working for you. I think that's really exciting. What's worrying me actually about AI and how it's going in the last 4 or 5 years is I'm worried our education system is yet to catch up. And are we preparing the AI natives to be truly different from how we were brought up?
Excellent. Manish, and then I'll probably bring it to a wrap after that, yeah.
So most of it has been said. If I have to put it across what I'm super excited, I am a businessman. I'm a business guy. The speed which AI brings, the thing which I would launch in 3 months probably can be launched in 15 days. So that is what is really exciting about AI. The thing which bothers me is, do I have a job tomorrow?
Actually, surprisingly, nobody else talked about that, so it's just interesting. I was waiting for it to come, but it didn't. Yeah. Okay, so look, we are pretty much at the fag end of the panel. I first and foremost wanted to thank the panelists. Genuinely, I read a lot about AI. I'm quite well versed, but I learned from each of their perspectives a lot. And I hope you also took away something from each of these speakers. They had thought a lot about it, and they brought the wealth of their wisdom from their respective organizations to bear as well. So hopefully you saw cumulative wisdom of some very iconic organizations come into play. I was thinking, what will I add to this? Maybe there's one theme I will add. At my organization, BCG, we often use this phrase 10, 20, 70. And I think it fits in with what people are saying. 10 is often the technology, and 20 is the algorithms, but the 70 is the people. So any big change needs the 10 and the 20 to be complemented to the 70. And often, in many large change agendas, we talk a lot about 10 and 20, and we talk a lot less about 70. And I think you touched upon it in different ways, but if I could leave that, the enormity of that is huge. And we need to, whatever you are doing in your respective places, keep thinking about that. Whether it is inclusion or exclusion, whether it's agency increasing or decreasing, all of those things, whether it's learning, unlearning, all of those things, that 70 is a very, very critical part of the equation. But I also want to bring it to a wrap by thanking all of you. You've been incredibly patient, very engaged, from what I can tell from your body language. It's hard when you're standing or sitting uncomfortably. So a huge shout out to you as well. And with that, thank you. I don't know if, Sarika, I don't know the panel design. The questions are offline.
So I was about to stem on that. Since we have, courtesy the organizers, 10 minutes, we can give 5 minutes for the Q&A if the panel is fine with that, yeah?
Couple of people said they had to leave sharp at 4:30 for flight. So I want to be respectful of that. If they can stay 5 more minutes, guys, everybody. If you have 5, okay.
Fine.
Will you moderate? I mean, there are lots of hands.
I would try to.
The trick in this is be short, snappy with the question. And what I will do is, maybe let me do this. Let me take a few questions so that we don't overload one. So, okay, since he's put his hand up first, can somebody pass a mic to him? If somebody can help me with that. Okay. We will take you, the lady there, as well as the gentleman here. We'll take 3 questions and then we'll see what we do.
Yeah, that's it.
Just say it out, yeah.
As we already know, we are moving to the autonomous systems. So, I'm building a system, everything would be automated. If the company want to do something, so it need to have a lot of step of paying. So it will be completely autonomous. It will pay 10 to 20 transactions without requiring human in loop. So would you allow this kind of system?
Okay, good. Let's load a couple of questions and then maybe different people will. Will you? Yeah, can I?
One from police. क्या UPI का जो IP use होता है वो whitelisting is possible so that
क्या possible है से?
Whitelisting IP से UPI जो होता है AI इसमें कुछ help कर सकता है?
Okay.
Whitelisting IPs. VPN IP ignore करें UPI के लिए या कोई बाहर की country का IP या इस type से कुछ we can.
Okay.
So that general public का.
Okay. So sorry, once again, I was just going to ask her to raise your question. Go ahead.
So hi everyone. I'm Muskan and I'm a financial analyst working with the Capgemini since 3 years. So as in Capgemini, I'm
give the question fast. We are short on time. Yeah, please.
So as in corporate employee, we know that we are all around with the AI and progressively growing. But if we are talking about the other than the employees, they are still questioning the AI. So what key points we have to check and we have to follow for the same to grow up the AI in India as in other countries as well.
Just pass the mic to this gentleman and then I'll ask different panelists if you want to take one of the questions and I'll go around so that we can just cover
Uncle, this side. My question to Bhuvan that basically you did mention that we are less forgiving of AI and then more forgiving to human being, and every CEO has a tendency that shall I follow this shiny object or shall I wait and watch? This is more like a deja vu moment when UPI Aadhaar ecosystem was building up. I was very fortunate to deliver the first loan on Aadhaar, India Stacks, traveled all these slum areas. Now, you did mention that we move from pilot to scale. What are the best practices work for you, which every CEO, every CXO can learn from this room that from pilot, which pilot to take and which pilot to let go, right?
All right. So let's go the autonomous agents question. Saurabh, if you could take over, is that okay? The question of you're saying agents without any human in the loop. Do you envisage that? I get it. So don't add more questions right now. I'm worried about more. Let him answer. But if you want to answer, then that's.
So as of as we stand today, I am not going to answer about the future, is the fact that we still do not have enough comfort to let AI run it fully within banking world. We have human in the loop helping us in any transaction or anything that gets processed. We do not have that confidence right now, but as the time passes by, it can happen, but as of now, I don't have that view.
Oh, no. Sorry, that's what I want to avoid. Are you able to take the whitelisting question on the UPI evolution or given?
Yeah, but there are challenges of whitelisting. How many IP would I? So would I block the real customers moving the money is a challenge. I understand that there's a fraud and there are ways to control frauds. So what you are articulating probably might not be the only solution to control fraud. Are you getting me? So whitelisting of IPs, individual IPs, because IPs are getting created, which are genuine as well as fraudulent. Very difficult to whitelist IP from a UPI perspective, but there are ways and means to control fraud which are happening on UPI, and we are working with NPCI to control those kind of frauds.
Okay, maybe not a full answer, but hopefully. And Bhuvan, on the scaling one?
The only best practice do less scale.
You did three projects in AI versus 5. Put it very sharply in. So less is more. I think you had a broader question on adoption, etc. So I don't know if anybody wants to take the lady's question. But I thought I touched upon that a little bit in the 10-20-70. Sarika, there are many hands. I'm conscious of the time.
I can't allow that. I'm so sorry. If the organizers give me another 20 minutes, then I can.
No, I don't think it's fair to ask.
That's not possible. Sorry. So I think for the people who we couldn't answer the queries, if you can catch the speakers outside, please do so. Write to Ficky. We will be happy to facilitate. That's the answer. But thank you, panelists. It was really lovely to hear all of you. The thoughts were enormous. I'm sure we did justice to the time of the people who are sitting here, even standing here. Like Neeraj repeatedly said, we value it. We really value it. So whether it's a JCT framework which being talked by, or we talked about AI for scalability, or how AI needs to be embedded as part of the design or the financial ability. So I think there was lots of thoughts. If I start summarizing on each and everything which Neeraj has already done, so I think that's something which really needs to ponder is important question. Neeraj talked about AI and jobs, and you got the answer from the panelist. It's about productivity, it's about your own reskilling, it's about reaching high, and the quality matters better than the quantity. So that is very, very, very much important with this. And since it's in the ages of the ISBR, and we started with that kind of an approach, so we have talked about how we are the assisted models versus the self-service models. So the combination of India and Singapore really caters to both sides of it. And I think that's the really beauty of this forum, that we are able to have those best practices across the countries, not limited to this sector, but others also. So with this, we'd like to thank the panelists who have taken out time with us. Of course, I'll be not repetitive with all, but Mr. Suresh Sethi, Mr. Saurabh Mittal, Mr. Bhuvan Lodha, Mr. Srijay Ghosh, Mr. Manish Agarwal, and our moderator, Mr. Neeraj Agarwal. Can I have... Thank you. And a round of applause to all of you for sharing your time and being with us. I'd like to thank the AI Impact Summit, the organizers, for giving Ficky this opportunity to organize this. My own team, where we have a Singapore desk led by Rajiv, Malvika, Amita, and Vrinda, and my own team members, Vidit, Love, and Sudhir, who has been participative of this. And we have Mrityunjay from the BFSI sector supporting it. List goes on. It's the hard work of many people at the background which gets you here. Ficky is delivering 8 sessions. This is the second, and we look forward to your support over. Before the speakers move out, and I have 2 minutes, there's a mementos from the organizers. We'd like to facilitate all of you with the same. Over to you, Love.
Could you just present the memento to Neeraj sir? Next, I would request you to present it to Suresh sir. Suresh sir. Next, I would request you to present it to Bhuvan sir. Now may I request Rajiv sir to give mementos to Srijay sir. Next to Mani sir. Thank you so much. Saurav sir is left. I'm so sorry.
if you'd like to fill a seat closer to the front, I'd welcome you all to come as close to the front as possible, so people who are coming in a little late can occupy the rear seats. Yeah, so just to mention that we will be starting the next 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, just a quick update. So we have two more speakers who are stuck in a session that is running late. So we will start, I guess, thank you for being here. We'll start with some presentation and we start the discussion and then they'll join us. Yeah? Yeah, good. Should we sit down already?
I can welcome you in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, sure.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening once again. I'd like to welcome you all to the panel AI for Power, Accelerating the Clean Energy Transition. We'd especially like to thank the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, the organizers of the India AI Impact Summit, for giving us this opportunity to discuss the impact of AI on grid transformation. I'd like to start by inviting Dr. Mahesh Patankar to present the work that MPen Systems is doing in this space. Yeah.
Right in the sequence. Okay, so good evening, everyone, and thank you again, Rishi, Nalin, and other co-organizers, including BRPL, new friends from other organizations, and the audience here. What we'll do is I'll just quickly run through what we have been doing as a part of MPN Systems activities. So primarily, we have been sort of focusing on multiple things, including power sector, greening of rural value chains, electrification on mobility, and some of the things that we're going to discuss today span across transmission, distribution, generation, and also resource adequacy, demand flexibility opportunities. I'll focus a little bit more on demand flexibility in the next 2 to 3 minutes before I hand it over to Rishi. Primarily, there are several opportunities in which the power sector and the end use consumption techniques can be merged together. So one of the key things that we have been focusing on is AI in the building management systems. So conventional wisdom of building management systems is about optimizing air conditioning, but one of the key things that we have been watching is basically all the changes that we see because of the climate change and the ambience changing, the humidity levels, wind directions, and everything changing, because of which the renewable energy generation on-site as well as off-site and the requirement for the specific comfort cooling changes drastically. So one of the key applications that we have been watching out for is basically how do we really predict the weather, and how do we predict the on-site generation, off-site generation, occupancy levels, etc., and how do we really optimize for the AI application in that specific zone. So buildings is a very already start developing some application areas through the AI applications and ML applications as well. Moving beyond, we have been talking about the load management, and in this particular case, the use case that we have been exploring is electric vehicle charging infrastructure. So it can happen at a large Delhi Transport Corporation bus depot. At the same time, individual two-wheeler charging opportunities. And here it's a sort of very interesting mix, which is at the micro level, which is at a home level charging. And if you can manage that predictively, and if you can manage that predictively based on the power pricing as well, I think there is a good inference that one can draw. And then also optimize so that two things can be achieved. First and foremost is electrons are available at cheapest rate and the cleanest opportunity that we see from the electrons wherever the charging can ramp up. So the charging, the thermal cooling system, thermal energy storage systems, as well as electric vehicle charging infrastructure is basically nothing else but battery energy storage systems. So can we use the end use itself to also provide for that opportunity? And in the recent past, there is an experiment that we facilitated and evaluated on going from vehicle to load and vehicle to grid or vehicle to home. Vehicle to load is absolutely sort of important and here and now opportunity for the AI itself. The third thing that we have been talking about is demand flexibility, and this is very important from the perspective of the load shift that we see in the power markets. So typically in the past we would have seen the load shifts which peak in the morning time, and then you also have a peak in the evening time. And because of the, again, weather changes, climate changes, etc., several DISCOM territories have started experiencing peak demands at midnight. And that's again the cooling load that we are seeing, and how do we really optimize for that peaking of the demand at midnight, and how do we really transfer that to the afternoon peak power generation from the renewable energy sources. And here we are talking about solarization. So that's a very important aspect, and what we have been able to do is to get this variable inform renewable energy to be absorbed in end uses. So there are several examples such as say pre-cooling or thermal energy storage systems, or even water pumping, a simple water pumping for a municipal corporation. If you can predict what is going to be the consumption of water during the coming summer, coming winter. So it's not only about the diurnal consumption and the changes thereof, it's also the seasonal storage opportunities that one would sort of see in that space. So that's another very important aspect. And also would like to mention here that there is a lot of regulatory support which also is required by AI, and AI is also required for a benign regulatory framework to be developed. So just to give a reference here, if you're looking at sub-distribution level investments, new transformers, new cables to be drawn and so on, typically the regulatory space starts looking at is this investment adequate? Now if we were to really look at the viability of the DISCOM as a business itself, you need to be very sure if you can defer the investments, or you can even nullify that investment. And all of that can be done again through predictions, and then that's where we clearly see an opportunity for the AI to come into play. So I'll pause here. We're happy to sort of take any sort of questions and reflections later during this session. Handing it back to Rishi. Thanks, Rishi.
So, sorry. So in addition to what Mahesh had presented, we also wanted to highlight a very specific model or a platform that is focused on AI for power, right? So I wanted to introduce this program called Electron Vibe, right? And I wanted to start by stating a couple of things, right? One is that India has set very key targets, right? 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel power capacity, 1 crore rooftop solar households by March 2027, and that EVs should be 30% of overall sales by 2030, right? So what is the real link here? It is the need for a modern, resilient grid, right? One that can handle more rooftop solar, distributed energy resources, new loads of EV charging, and more day-to-day variability, while still delivering reliable service. That's why utilities need practical tools that improve the grid and how it is planned and operated. Right? So just to give a bit of background, my name is Rishi from Climate Collective, and Climate Collective was actually started by renewable energy developers, people who've built projects on the ground, and built Climate Collective to support the next wave of climate solutions to be adopted and eventually scaled, right? Today, we're the largest early stage climate tech startup platform in the global south, having supported close to 1,500 startups, 509 of them being women-led startups, through almost 100 accelerator programs that we've run. Right? So more specifically, our understanding of the power sector made us realize a specific need to incorporate innovative solutions, especially at the power distribution level. So the Electron Vibe program was developed to focus on utilities deploying innovative solutions from startups that could accelerate the pathway to a modern, resilient distribution grid. I think you'll notice this statement repeatedly: a modern, resilient grid. So since 2020, Electron Vibe has worked with 22 utilities and 63 startups, leading to 20 pilots offered. Now that we're building on that experience, having worked with a lot of these organizations, we want to continue to work on an AI for power innovation platform. The reason is simple. Even when a tool looks promising, it's hard for utilities to move from interest to real use because of data gaps, legacy systems, safety requirements, and procurement challenges. Right? So this platform will actually compose of 3 parts. One, the Electron Vibe program, which is our open innovation platform to ensure that pilots keep on getting deployed. Second, a knowledge hub so that utilities and other partners and key players in the space can share what has really worked and maybe what has also not worked to ensure that the ecosystem continues to be developed. 3, the solutions platform, a place where utilities can find ready tools right now, and over time find a safe way to share anonymized aggregated data so that startups can build on solutions that fit utilities' needs. Right? This is what leads us to this panel actually. What opportunities present itself with regards to AI that will help us on the pathway to a modern, resilient grid. So with that, I would like to invite the panelists up on stage. Abhishek Ranjan, who will be joining shortly. Siddharth Singh from IEA. Sujit Nair, who will be joining shortly. Namrata Mukherjee from the International Solar Alliance. And I'll welcome Dr. Mahesh Patankar as well to join. And I'll hand over the mic to Nalin Agarwal, founding partner of Climate Collective Foundation.
Okay, good. Hi, everyone. So unfortunately, Mr. Tandon from IFC fell ill. He came here, but he decided to not attend because he has pretty hectic week coming up. Great. So without too much ado, and Sujit and Mr. Ranjan will join us. I think they are in a panel that's running late. But we have already so much experience and knowledge here that I don't want to spend too much time not leveraging that. What we are here is to, of course, discover some new things about what AI can do in the power sector. AI is obviously kind of flavor of the day, but in the power sector, it's already been very active. All of us here have been part of the digitization of the power sector in very different ways. I'll ask each of you to kind of just spend a minute to introduce yourselves and your work, especially around the digitalization and AI of the power sector before I move into specific questions. So, Mahesh, I think you've already spoken about MPN systems. So that, if I can request you.
Thank you, Nalan. Is this on? I think you have just move this to the right. Okay. Thank you, Nalan. So it's a pleasure to be here, and this is my first time walking in today for the AI Summit, and I'm glad it went smoothly after the entry.
After you got in.
So I'm, of course, I'm Siddharth Singh. I work at the International Energy Agency. I lead the Energy and AI work program at the agency along with a colleague, and we have a big team. We have a team of around 50 people drawn from across the agency who deal with all aspects of the system. So this goes well beyond electricity, but of course electricity, as you rightly said, is integral and core to the work we do.
Right.
So I work in broadly in the team of the chief energy economist of the IEA. So I'm an economist by training. So my lens usually is economics as opposed to core engineering. But of course, AI being a technology, it's important to understand the various facets of it, which include technology, which include the technical aspects, but also legislation, regulation, commercialization, and so on.
Got it. Thank you. Namrata, if I can request you.
Hi, thank you so much, Nalin and Climate Collective team, for having me here. I'm Namrata Mukherjee. I'm a strategic planning specialist at the International Solar Alliance. I joined the alliance only last year in June, and before that was working with the USAID South Asia Regional Energy Partnership Program, where we partnered with the Climate Collective in the Electron Vibe program. So great work by the team there. At the International Solar Alliance, what we are doing on the digitalization space, at least, I don't know if it is AI so much, but I would like to comment that we have something called a multi-donor trust fund, where we have donors like GAP, Sequoia Capital, and others, pooling in their funds. The objective is very clear, that the solar deployment story is incomplete without the grids being able to, sort of offtake the complex power which comes in the form of solar and other variable renewable energy sources. So through the multi-donor trust fund, we are trying to do, scalable pilots in Jaipur distribution utility, where we're looking at, developing a digital utility twin of the existing utility, and then looking at how we bring in efficiency from a loss reduction standpoint. So that's the current piece of work that we are doing with, International Solar Alliance in partnership with different funding partners. So, yeah.
Thank you, Namrata, and thank you. Namrata mentioned our work together as well in the Maldives. That was quite a pioneering program. Thanks for support there. All right, we'll jump into the discussion now. The way we're going to structure this is in three parts. One is to understand what AI is really doing for the grid today, right? And this is not what's happening in theory, but really what's happening in real life. Second is how are pilots getting to become large-scale deployments in India and across the global south. So we have international perspective here, of course. And then how do we ensure that the grid becomes truly digitalized and AI powered? So that covers data, compute, trust, and flexibility, right? So that maybe I'll start with you. So from global evidence and the kind of work that you do, which AI applications in power are delivering the strongest system level benefits today? And from that, what do you see the key opportunities for India?
Sure, thank you. So maybe I can start by taking a step back and just contextualizing and understanding why is it that we are talking about this in the first place. Sure. What is it about the energy system, about the electricity system, and about AI that make all of this work?
Sure.
Right? So we have been noticing, at the agency, we collect data. We collect all sorts of data, and the data goes back for several decades, and we are seeing a very strong trend of increasing complexity of the energy sector at large, but specifically the electricity systems, right? So why is it becoming more complex? One is that in general, the electrification is rising. So when I say electrification, it means the end use of energy is more and more electricity compared to other fuels.
Right.
In other words, that there are more types of demand and more types of loads that previously never existed that are now increasingly a part of the load. So one is that there's greater electrification. The second is that there is greater, of course this is not news to anyone, but there's greater variable renewable electricity going into the system. So that was never the case in the past. In the past, the variability maybe came in the form of hydropower, but that was also seasonal in nature. Most of the other sources of electricity were stable. That's no longer the case. Now with solar and wind, the share of variable renewables has gone from as low as 2 or 3%, just over a decade ago. This is a global level, right?
Sure.
To and it's on track to hit 30% by the end of this decade. This is a massive jump of variable electricity in the system. There's, of course, in addition to that, there's increasing batteries to manage that flex, the variability, and there are new types of markets. Back in the day, everything was contracted for years at end. Now it's like there are derivatives of things, and it's a financialization of the sector has happened. So first trend is electrification. The second is more recent, which is that there is an affordability issue that is becoming more and more central to policymakers and regulators around the world. Gone are the days when electricity was heavily subsidized around the world. That still exists in many parts, maybe even in India to some extent, but that's less and less the case at a global level. So affordability is an issue. Especially with all the conflict and all of that happening, it's a priority for governments to ensure that electricity is cheap. And of course, the third major trend is that now we have long-term goals that never existed in the past. That we have 2070 or a 2050 or a 2030 net zero target. Be it at a company level or a country level, or and so on, and that those long-term targets have short-term implications. So these three trends, I think, are the driver to why human intervention is not enough. You need something bigger than that. You need something that is more automated, and this is where it comes in. And again, I don't want to take too much time, but one final point on and I want to address the question that you actually asked, which is that because the inherent nature of electricity and electrified systems makes AI applications the most appropriate kind of technology layer that can manage that complexity. And just naming one or two things that are especially critical for India. One is improved forecasting of variable electricity generation. And when I say it's not just about the weather models are becoming more accurate, fine, but that's not enough. For solar and wind, you need minute by minute, hour by hour understanding of cloud cover in the specific location where that panel is situated, which is different from just having more accuracy around the world. So that's just one example. So that, and then the managing the a system that has batteries and on solar generation. So those are the types of solutions that will be more relevant for India moving forward.
Very nice. I think so it's a very nice framework. So complex loads, variable generation, and then the imperative of affordability. I think this is really some of the driving factors. And for everyone, this is the right framing. Variable renewables versus, you'll often hear intermittent renewables. In fact, variability is a far better way of describing what we see on the grid. Great, thank you, Siddharth. Namrata, if I can come to you, and this is of course your broad experience. This is it's your broad experience at RTI, now at ISA. What are the real world applications that you're seeing going from pilots, and obviously the duet, you can talk about duet as well, going from pilots to deployment, and what has kind of pleasantly surprised you in that?
Okay, thanks for that question, Nalin. Look, I think from what's working well, let's start from there. And I think I echo what Siddharth was saying. the renewable energy phenomena now is more than a decade old, right? I mean, we started with the solar mission, initial phases, then we saw a lot of wind coming on board because of the policy reforms around accelerated depreciation, generation-based incentive and others.
Right.
So the ingress of renewable energy in our grid is not a very recent story. It's
Right.
been there for close to a decade. And if we start looking at how the story has spanned over time, right, we are actually talking about a very large capacity now in our grid, more than 50% of renewable energy capacity, including
Yep.
hydro if we take. How did that all come together, right? There, I would think one of the key things which has been happening over the last 5-6 years very well is the uptake of the forecasting in variable renewable energy sources, and that's one of the key drivers for that is again generation is a delicensed activity, right? It's all private sector driven. You know that. For renewable energy, you don't, it's not a regulated business. Which means the more accurate I am in my forecasting, the more upside I have from a commercial gains perspective. So if you look at the private sector so far in the wind and solar sector, they have picked up very strongly on the forecasting, accurate forecasting of renewables. And one key policy enabler over there has been our deviation settlement mechanism and the 15-minute interval, basis participation of renewables in the markets. So that has all come together to somewhere now link that story as to why greater accuracy of renewables is even more critical, because we'll be moving towards more tighter grids, right? 5 minutes, a minute, frequency linked grids. So I think that is something which has started off well for us in India and is only moving towards getting more strengthened. But that also means that that has to connect to the larger story of us building the India energy stack, having more open source data available so that more innovation can come in that forecasting. So that's the phase 2 of innovation if I look at from a forecasting standpoint. The other good thing that I would think that's happening, at least in the Indian grid, is really the base layer of having data together. So if you look at the whole RDSS scheme and the fact of having 250 million smart meter rollout program announced by the government of India, right? That's very ambitious.
Yep.
To be honest, that is really the backbone of anything that is digitalized and AI ultimately, right? So for me, I think that is again a very core layer that we are moving towards. A lot of the smart meter installations are really starting to give the, data that we would like to see from households and business level. So I think that is again a very good move in the right direction. It is now about how do you connect those again to the larger piece about making that data talk to each other, interact with each other, connecting it to the distributed renewable energy sources, be it rooftop, EV and others. So that I would think is the next phase around where we are already starting to make some moves, but that's where the real focus needs to go.
Very nice. I like that framework. Mahesh, I want to bring you in as well. Whether in DR, maybe DR is a nice one to focus on from you, specific applications you've seen, and even the ones you've seen scale.
Right. So a demand response is a very interesting articulation of the transition that we are seeing. Firstly, the entire grid has moved from generation following load to load following generation.
Yep.
And that's where the entire variability and the opportunities to optimize the grid itself comes into the picture. And demand response is a very interesting democratization of decision making in the energy space. If a particular consumer base, let's assume say all the air conditioner users in the state of Delhi, if they are ready to participate in some kind of a demand response initiative, it's very important for us to acknowledge that they are actually not only consumers, but they are also prosumers of one sort. So I think demand response to me, it's not only about giving a trigger whenever the grid requires that trigger to ramp down, but more importantly, the entire articulation, Nalin, in my opinion, is now changing and needs to change from demand response to demand flexibility. Wherein if we have more seasonal variation, or I would say diurnal variations in generation coming up and experience in the grid, it's also important for not just to ramp down, but also ramp up selectively. And I think that goes back to the what was mentioned by Siddharth in terms of increased electrification. And that's where some of the end uses, including, for example, foundry industry, which conventionally use biomass, is now moving towards electric arc furnaces. And that's where again demand response comes into picture. So, so the status currently is demand response. There are several programs. I'm sure Abhishek ji, when he comes here, will talk about specific examples from BRPL. But I think the entire narrative is now changing towards demand flexibility. I'll just mention one very interesting solutioning that we came up with, which is being currently piloted by World Bank in the state of Uttarakhand, wherein there is a lot of water pumping load that exists in that state because it's a hilly state. So there is something close to 40% of the entire consumption of that state comes from water pumping. It's a big surprise, isn't it? We would imagine there's abundance of water. But all of that groundwater which gets pumped into the Jal Jeevan scheme, which is the water for all, and has some kind of a storage. So what is currently being leveraged is basically a demand flexibility wherein one can actually bring up the water from underground water tables to the overhead water tanks, and that has inherent storage capacity. So that's basically something which is being planned, and we will actually be exploring the AI applications also there, because at this state level we are looking at something close to 1 gigawatt load, which is available for ramping up and ramping down. At least I would say 20% of that. So I'll just pause here. That's probably the new way to sort of think at a larger scale.
Very nice. In fact, this I would like to bring Siddharth in, because you've done some very interesting research on data centers and perhaps how they can actually be. We hear a lot of perhaps apprehension around what will happen with demand, but in reality they can be very friendly loads for a grid operator, because they can be firm and flexible. Increasingly we're seeing, in fact we spoke with NVIDIA and Google at COP, and they were mentioning how they've become increasingly able to shift critical and non-critical loads, right? So just a few insights from the research that you did on data centers and how a little bit of flexibility can improve grid resilience and avoid added capacity as well.
Yeah, for sure. So first let's talk about the global picture of how much electricity is consumed by data centers, and then we can talk about how they consume it.
Sure.
So firstly, at a global level, our estimate was that for last year, about 1.5% of electricity generation goes into data centers. This is expected to rise to about 3% by 2030.
Right.
So it's a doubling taking place.
Sure.
But what's increasing rapidly is actually the AI portion of it. So data centers do all types of loads. They do not only AI, they also do traditional loads, like if you're watching a Netflix movie, for example. Currently, that AI load is a very small fraction of it. I would say probably less than 20%, well less than 20% of the total load of data centers today is AI. This grows fivefold. So the portion that is actually AI is growing fivefold. Everything else doubles, but that grows fivefold.
Sure.
That shows that where the growth is really coming from. And AI has a different profile compared to non-AI loads. So there's a greater flexibility potential, especially when big tech companies are able to use data centers that are located in different places and shift loads according to the signals that are given. But the big challenge there is that currently there is not enough regulatory, there's not enough information being passed down as to when and how that should happen.
Okay.
So there needs to be a layer between data centers and the electrical system that actually enables that kind of trade or flexibility or shaving off the demand. In fact, some solutions have come in that space. There are a few companies, a few startups, including one that NVIDIA works with, since you mentioned them, that is working on exactly this problem. So they're able to shift as much as 20% of or shave 20% of the peak demand when needed without compromising on the actual computation capability of the data center. And the other issue is that there have been some questions on what impact will this have on electricity prices and so on. There are different takes to it.
Sure.
One is, of course, that data centers require infrastructure. They require electrical upgrades, maybe in new capacity and so on, and that can have an implication on costs. But at the same time, as you rightly mentioned, they also have higher utilization rates.
Right.
So because they have higher utilization rates, they can the costs on the system are more absorbed. So they're high utilization rate than the rest of the grid, put together.
Right,
In other words, you're able to distribute the costs a little better. So with appropriate regulation, you can ensure that data centers are more flexible. But then they're also playing a conducive part in the grid and not actually imposing costs.
No imposing costs. Got it. Very nice. Namrata, anything here, especially given your view of the world basically as ISA, right? And especially data centers being something that can drive real economic demand in many emerging markets. So
yeah, no, I totally echo what Siddharth was talking about. They are actually, data centers will become the critical demand flexible load for us supporting the grid as we move forward, right? And that's exactly when you start looking at the larger picture of consumer centric grids, right, where every industry, every consumer is able to contribute, at the right time. I think data centers will play a very, very critical role in the times to come. So I'll just sort of stop it.
And of course, you may know ISA works in how many countries?
26.
126 countries, right? So many of them emerging markets, many of them are seeing data centers as something that's positive for the economies, not just a load on the grid, right?
Correct.
Yeah, please, Siddharth.
I can actually comment on this. This triggered a thought, as you were speaking. Data center companies and big tech companies especially have been pursuing renewable electricity for data centers.
Right.
But there are some very interesting angles to this, right? So, one question that people largely have is, why can't we power data centers entirely by renewables, right? Now, you'll be surprised to know, or maybe you won't be surprised to know, but some of the biggest data center operators in the world, so the top 10 biggest, for example, already claim that on paper, 100% of the electricity in any given year is being met by renewables. In other words, they have, as companies, purchased, paper, they've made paper contracts with generators of solar and wind and so on, which is taking place in a third location. So it could be somewhere very far away. Now, the big challenge is this may happen at a yearly level, but it's not happening on an actual basis because that electricity may be generated at a different time of the day, but the consumption load is different. It is flat and through the year. So how do you match that?
Right.
So for this matching, this hourly matching is the new trend that we are beginning to see. So some companies have taken a lead on it. It's not a global practice just yet, but what they're trying to do is ensuring that on an hour-to-hour basis, 100% of the electricity is met by renewables. And many tech companies have that target for 2030 and 35 and so on.
I see.
So they have met already the 100% yearly target, but they're now moving towards a 100% hourly target. And that is when, but having said that, currently most data centers are grid connected, so they do consume whatever the grid provides, which includes generation from other sources.
Got it. Okay, very interesting. So we may move to the second section. I was hoping two other panelists would be here, but clearly it's running over. Namrata, I'm going to start with you, and specifically on the policy side. So to get from pilots to large-scale deployments, right, or platforms, what policy tools do you see or have you seen matter most across various countries? You can choose India. That would be fine. So are we talking about regulatory sandboxes, concessional finance, pool procurement, public data platforms, or any others?
Yeah, thanks for that, Nalin. It's interesting because what we're talking about is a transformation which is happening so fast right now. I mean, I've been here in this sector for 22 years now, but these last, couple of years have just sort of changed the whole dynamics of the pace at which things are changing, right?
Right.
Which means that if you look at our discussion here today about digitalization, about AI, when we come back next year, it would have taken a different form and shape altogether. Which means it has an even more sort of criticality to bring the regulations, policies, regulatory policymakers, up to speed with all the changes which are happening.
Of course.
Because to be very honest, distribution and the consumer side is regulated. That part of the business is regulated, which means the regulator plays a very critical role in defining certain standards, rules, and that's fair also, right? A lot of the policy making also that we do is actually governs what is going to happen ultimately at the consumer level, right? So what I see is that there are 5 or 6 layers to this, and they are not sequential. They have to go in parallel. right? If you're looking at scaling up
Sure,
the
sure.
digitization story. One is definitely looking at the data and AI governance for renewable energy,
Right.
which is essentially meaning that we have to now increasingly start making rules for the sector, which allows our distributed renewable energy sources, distribution system operators. We don't have something called DSOs, but we have more like the transmission system operators and the distribution utilities, so that these entities can start talking to each other in the form of data, but with the right privacy security standards that we build. And also the need for us to move more towards open AI tools, which will literally then add to the story of the India energy stack that we're trying to build in the form of the digital public infrastructure, right? So that is one key thing that which is the governance framework and rules which has to get created. The second thing is a renewable energy forecasting, compliance framework. Because like I told you, a lot of the generation is private sector driven, so it makes sense for them to do forecasting, right? As a business case. But I think it's a need for regulators to start specifying this. That, if you don't have this forecasting, then your tariffs will get impacted and so on and so forth. So for me, it's very important that there is now an explicit mandate for a regulatory requirement of forecasting for variable renewable energy.
And just to understand, you talk the signals that a regulator can send would be like the UI charges, right?
Yes, the DSM charges, which we now call the deviation settlement mechanism, right? Also, the second thing around this is updating the grid codes, because we have built grid codes over years. And with the way in which the grid is changing, there's a need for really constantly updating the grid codes, which is then talking with these kind of disruptions which are taking place. So I think that's another key aspect which we have to be mindful about. The third thing on the regulatory side, I would think, is a very important aspect about digitalization of utilities and grids, which means that how do you incentivize digital twins, advanced analytics, as Sujit, please come. How do you basically bring advanced analytics that utilities are doing as a part of the regulated grid enhancing investments? Because one has to understand, when a utility goes to a regulator for its annual revenue requirement and tariff approvals, if the regulator is not approving a digital twin related application or advanced analytics, then where will a utility look at these advanced mechanisms? So I think from a regulatory standpoint, that's another key aspect.
Right.
Then we have consumer centric distributed renewable energy sources, which will now increasingly start coming on the grid. So how do you develop flexible market mechanisms so that these, start talking to each other, which would mean that, what we talked about, we spoke about the demand, the data centers, right? How do these contribute now to your peak shaving, congestion relief, and voltage support mechanisms? So moving towards those kind of advanced market mechanisms in parallel to these regulatory reforms, right? And then two other things which are very, very important is, firstly, planning, because if you have to incentivize utilities to plan for digital and AI options when they are doing their resource and network planning requirements to the regulator, right? And somewhere the regulator needs to nudge and tell them that where are those plans, right? So that, and then we could also look at something called a performance-based incentive for utilities who are adopting digital solutions which are leading to improvements, say, in a RE curtailment reduction. Or forecasting accuracy or outage reduction, right? So something around those lines. It's thinking out of the box. I don't know if that's possible, but this is a way of incentivizing. And finally, I would say regulatory sandboxes play a great role in promoting innovation by the regulator. You'll see DERC has announced the regulations which are now talking about P2P trading for electricity using blockchain. UP has already done that, the UPRC. So things like this, I think, are very important, just so that you test and see whether what you're applying is possible to scale at a much larger level.
Nice.
So I'll just stop there.
No, great.
Oh, sorry, and then one small last thing is, I think the capacity building of regulators is extremely important, because while we have a CRC in the center, but we all know at the state level, I mean, if you go and talk to regulators about digital and AI, there's a long shot. So there has to be capacity building, which is a constant, which happens with that.
No, great. I think you brought up so many points. But yeah, I mean, the planning and the performance-based incentives, they seem to have, we've seen them working in other sectors for sure. Great. I'd like to welcome Sujit as well. Thanks, Sujit. What we request is just 30 seconds so that people know specifically what it is you're doing in relation to digitalization of the grid. And of course, that includes a lot of what you're doing at IES.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Firstly, I must apologize. Looks like I'm not the last one to walk in. I see Abhishek joining me, so I'll probably, probably get him thrown
Please
under
come.
the bus in some sense. But
Great.
so sorry,
Good
Abhishek.
timing.
But yeah, no, really honored to be here. And I was just listening to some of the conversations. So my work seems to ask questions in those areas, but I ask questions more as a technologist. I see myself more as a infrastructure plumber, a digital plumber of sorts, with the work we have done in DPI, and most of my work with DPI, with backend as such, particularly. So I think the work I do is essentially ask, what does it take when things change pretty dramatically?
Right.
And AI energy are very interesting because on one side AI is taking off. Definitely the models are getting better, and of course there is a realistic cost decline that's happening in usage of that. That's one part of it, of course. And I was saying that in the other panel, it's still a lot of supply side hysteria. We need to see the demand side value of it, and also demand side pricing of risk of AI. That's one of the challenges. But energy is peculiar because about 2 years ago, somebody reached out and said, "Aren't you not thinking about energy?" I said, "No, probably as a trained electronics engineer, I know a little bit, but I can understand Kirchhoff's law, but not more than that." But the larger point about the massive decentralization that's happening, and the fact that increasingly more and more useful energy assets will be outside of the control of the grid, geometrically scaling up, and we people are going to be part of the grid because we are the ones with solar rooftop generating energy, so we are the grid in some sense as a society at large. Probably it calls for an opportunity to have a little bit of a systems level thinking without, of course, upsetting the grid systems. We are not literally trying to do an open heart surgery of how the grid works, but see how do we manage and bring them together. So how do we create open rails that makes this coordination happen, and little learnings from what we have done with all the DPI work in the past seems to be finding relevance here, and that's the space I'm operating in right now.
Very nice. I mean, this is all path-breaking work, not just in India, but globally. I think DPI has brought us a model that is very unique. Is the only alternative to big tech, I think, anywhere. So thanks, Sujit, for being here. Mr. Ranjan, I mean, for many of you, he may not need an introduction. He's probably the leading energy innovation person in India, especially in grids. I definitely consider him. Mr. Ranjan, if I can just request you to take 30 seconds just to talk about your view of grid digitization and digitalization. And I'll come to a specific question, especially because we have just 10 minutes actually. So where have you seen in Delhi's grid, or even otherwise, but since Delhi is very close to you, where AI has created most operational value? So
of course, so apologies for 30 minutes delay, but then we're talking about exactly the same thing in the last session.
Right.
Grids have evolved. What Sujit is saying, democratization has happened. Even if we are not aware, it is already happening. A grid is no longer a monolith or a unidirectional thing. It's already a bidirectional, multi-direction thing, already happening. So without our knowledge, certainly the changes in the last mile, maybe the production systems, maybe the distribution transformer infrastructure, those things are taking shape. Technology is seeping in. Unknowingly, knowingly, it is seeping in. It's not like on one fine day we are going to move there, we are already moving there.
Sure.
What I always say is we are already in some kind of DSO. We are moving towards that. A DER interconnection giver and a DER kind of operator. Right now it is a must run.
Right.
But then as soon as smart grids, smart inverters and the digital twin that we are talking about comes in, we also have now to run that symphony, orchestrate that symphony. That's what it is going to be when you manage all the DERs together.
Right.
Now, one specific point where it has make a lot of difference is 9 years ago in 2017, we started with AI powered machine learning, not AI, machine learning powered models for demand forecasting. That was spot day ahead, and that is an intraday, that is 2 hour ahead. And then it scaled up to forecasting the spot market prices, which is real-time prices and day-ahead market prices. And it makes up to 70 to 80% of the cost of a utility in India, for example. So it made a lot of improvement in the last 9 years. We have been able to save and quantify a lot of power purchase cost, optimizing.
Nice.
Especially if you can see about 20-25% is short term, and about 10 to 15% is about on the spot market share in our annual energy purchase that we do. That is hands down. Second, now we are deriving a lot of mileage is from, because the scenario has changed. The people are saying even a flicker is an issue. The government is saying, give me a fixed Delhi plan in the next 3 years. So SAIDI and SAIFI, so close to Singapore, if maybe few minutes. It can't be done without investing a lot in technology, and that too last mile technology.
Right.
So we started with pilots again in 2018, 2019, pre-COVID. That was on AI-based platform for predictive and prescriptive asset health monitoring and maintenance. Right. Now it is inbuilt. So we are putting in all those 23 kV, 11 kV feeders on the block.
Right.
Baselining, and then using drones or satellite imagery to capture. And then a trigger-based MTTF, mean time to failure, and the complete workflow is getting operationalized. So that is again yielding numbers on the Excel sheet. These are the two important things which we are already seeing the value. There are multiple other things which is in the customer space yet to be quantified. Like for example, before you apply for a new connection, you can actually check it online. Like Eon does. Eon does allow you. We want to have a customized version of the same here. Until now, it was there in our internal, so we hadn't made it public. So now with the smart meters on the DTs, we have real live view. So you can get to know in a few minutes as to whether your this connection of this much quantum at this location is possible or not. So this is going to be revolution, because people say that you are a monopoly and therefore we are suffering. Okay, so this is going to be other way around, saying that you decide your own place where you want to in the current shape.
Very nice. I mean, that is, for anyone who lives in Delhi, that will be a big help, I guess, right? Okay, Shrijit, I'm going to come back to you. We're all curious about IES, of course. You did mention what it's about in a very, in a very fundamentally broken down way, which is great, right? I want to understand from you is what would success in India's tax style look like for the power sector if we were to include AI? Take a 5-year view,
Yeah, I think one of the things we were debating on IES, and EI is, by the way, still a work in progress.
Right.
We're discovering a lot more serendipitously, and that's a good thing about how you design things at population scale, because you're not curating. Sometimes it emerges from diverse set of use cases we are looking at. But if I were to take a 5-year view and ask this question, of course, grid resilience and flexibility being at the core and center, reliability being at the core of the center. Is there an opportunity for us to solve for energy agency? Put people at the center of their energy lives, people and businesses, and give them that agency. And how do you solve for that? Most of the time, I think the idea that energy is something that is an obligatory burden for a DISCOM to offer and fulfill puts a lot of pressure on the DISCOMs or the utility, the grid in general. Now, the equation is flipped with people having more and more energy. So is it possible for them to be a participant?
Sure.
Not just a beneficiary?
Sure.
And is there therefore a way of coordination that makes them participant and derive benefits, but overall makes it a more self-organizing, self-reliant system? And if that could be one of the visions of the energy stack, and I'm not a sole speaker, opinion maker on that part. There are others, but I think that could be one way to look at it. And what it means is that the marginal coordination cost on getting energy accessible, affordable to billion people should come down to zero. If India is in the solar belt, if we have the kind of assets, maybe that's one of the visions to talk about. And through that, and as we speak, probably there is a Prime Minister looking at one of the early implementations of India Energy Stack, the peer-to-peer interstate trading, thanks to the work Abhishek and all have been done literally in 1 month's time, is to talk about how does it create new livelihoods. Telecom revolution created STD booths as a way of livelihoods, and banking did business correspondence. I wouldn't be surprised if youth and homemakers are actually having another livelihood. I mean, maybe there's a point, maybe somebody in the village will start thinking, should I buy a cow for livelihood or probably get non-self-use energy, solar rooftop and battery to generate some income, and making that possibility. And making that possibility and making people part of that story would be one of the big things about IES. And IES is not by itself a solution. It's very, very important we understand this. It's just the coordination layer. The solutions will have to be designed, brought up. But we think that if more and more such solutions have to come, it is absolutely necessary to have that coordination fabric. Otherwise, we will have, as I was saying in the other panel, in digital, the tendency is that we literally build a road for every car. That's how digital has been. We didn't do that for the energy. We did not build one grid for toasters, another grid for washing machine. We built one grid for all. But in digital, we tend to make that mistake. And that is why the coordination cost becomes so high. With this digital coordination fabric, which is essentially nothing but a bunch of standards and specifications, we should be able to achieve that. Sorry, it was not supposed to be a short answer, but
it's
that's probably what we are looking at.
I think your analogy of the grid as potentially a complex adaptive system is very nice for the future. And I mean, there's so much potential of it being an economic driver for individuals. So that's great. I know, I think we have a hard stop. I hope we don't, because we have so much to go through. But I'm going to come back to Namrata once. I'll move to the last sections. Just talk about, given ISA's role and your own experience, South-South learning, how can this be leveraged to leapfrog traditional grid planning and dispatch models, right? And in the context of AI, please.
Okay, thanks, Nalin. I'll keep it brief. Look, I think for ISA, South-South is a little overrated. But I think most important is the fact that we have members across the Sun Belt, across the globe. And with the type of disruption, it was interesting to listen to the Joint Secretary MNRE saying that in the last 18 months, 15 gigawatts of decentralized solar, has got added to the grid.
Right.
Which you can imagine in terms of the, impact on the grid that it'll have if we don't have the backbone layer of flexibility that we're talking about, right, at the distribution level. So I think the way the story of the global south is building is very different from the way in which the north has developed its stories, right? All our stories across the African subcontinent, Latin America, or other regions have a very similar historical legacy grid that we've built, right? So I think from that perspective, it's very crucial that these learnings are more south-south, to say so, and it's customized more, because so that we don't leave the rest of the global south on their old journey, but bring them up where, countries like India are moving. Just a little bit of an issue I have with the leapfrogging again terminology, because look, I think grids are very different across countries. You can't think, African sub-Saharan countries move towards where we have moved as India. There has to be a basic, building block of data digital layer that get built before we move towards that journey. So I would say keeping that in mind, but there's a lot to offer from a South-South cooperation.
Perfect. So that, in your view, globally, what are the biggest bottlenecks for powering an AI-powered grid? Is it data access, compute, cybersecurity, skills, or regulatory inertia?
So of course, all of the above, but I'll let the data speak for itself. So we did a survey, and we, with energy companies and so on. The one that kind of popped up more than any other was skills. So just, the talent usually gravitates to the tech sector. There's no surprises there. We did another, bit of desk research to find that for the similar role, you get paid 2x of what you would in the energy sector. The going rate, the going wage in the energy sector is half of what it would be in tech for the same role. So that gives you an illustration of how difficult it is to attract the right talent. And I see the clock ticking, otherwise I would have added
I think the best minds of our generation have gone to sell ads, unfortunately. Sujit, if I can bring you in. Governance principles essential for utilities to trust shared digital platforms. Just a few words on that.
Yeah, it goes back to the point that we may be probably the biggest, most powerful AI agentic outage management for all you can. But if it's not working with the ecosystem and it's working in silo, it's just not going to take off. If you want to, I keep saying this, it's very, very important that one of the lessons we have learned from India's transformation story has been to rethink how we think about scale. One is to think about scaling what works, because that's what all engineers love doing, including myself. But it's a completely another thing to think about what works at scale. The point example about the contexts are very different. I mean, there are 84 discoms at different stages of evolution, different styles of doing what they're doing, different motivations at some point, different demographics they deal with. For example, what we're seeing in Delhi versus what we're seeing in a rural district of Jaipur could be very different. So it is therefore important to think about how we make them all agree on a common set of building blocks as a principle. And if we give them, probably that's all that it takes. Just give these building blocks for them to contextualize it to create what is the solution for in there. But having those common building blocks across all is the part that is what is necessary. And that's where these principles will become important. The fundamental principles of interoperability, and India Stack is just doing that. India Stack is saying there are these building blocks. It's fascinating to see out of 55 use cases that we went through, mostly on the discom side, the number of building blocks to solve for all of them are probably not more than 5.
Wow, nice.
But each of them works at population scale.
Wow.
So it also reduces the whole burden on discoms to saying, oh, one, I have this electrification burden of the new load. Then we have this whole renewables. And on top of that, you're going to make me write another 15 RFPs on digitizations. I just finished getting my billing system done. But that's not the idea. That's not how we should think about it. So that's where some of these very, very clear design principles make a big difference. And that's what India Energy Stack intends to do.
Very nice. I mean, I know some of the work you're talking about is encapsulated in societal platforms, I guess. So it's a good one for everyone to read about later.
I think societal platform is a body of knowledge that has come out of all the work of design thinking we have done in India. I think India has probably its own design thinking, which we have managed to come together and call it as societal platform. I think it's more societal thinking because platform is so ancient now. We're more talking protocols, but societal thinking and societal platform is a body of knowledge which sort of embodies these principles and says probably this is how you should think about scale. I would recommend everybody to give it a look.
Very nice, thank you, Mr. Ranjan. I guess if we are on a time, I'll give you the last word. So how should utilities, governments think about AI data centers and units? We did have a comment from Siddharth, a positive comment, as risks or system balancing assets.
So it depends where you are. So in India, we are just starting, for example. Even in US, for example, we are just starting. So if properly planned, it is an asset. And this is going to be a amplifier in terms of how do you balance the grid. And if not, then you're creating another burden on the grid. So I'll be just as brief as possible. So recently, there was an Hitachi event where we discussed the same topic. Where we said that if your siting and sizing of the data centers is very, very important. And so that you're not burdening the existing infrastructure. While also ensuring that it is green. So the data centers can also flex. It's bi-directional, both ways. So even the base load demand will be somewhat fixed. But then there can peaks and spikes when you fire those lot of text heavy or voice heavy or some visual queries, chat GPT kind of when it spikes like this. So those things can be taken care of by on-site and dedicated nuclear stations or battery storage or a mix of both. So yes, it is an asset. You can plan. If you plan it properly, it is an asset.
It's an asset. Well, thank you. There's many more questions, and this is an extremely interesting conversation, but unfortunately, by the powers that be, I think we have to stop now. Thank you all for being here. It's been lovely for me. I hope it's been lovely for you as well.